birthplace of which ancient civilization? And we will go to Eric and see if we can get an answer. Eric, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, Lake Titicaca is the birthplace of which ancient civilization?
Well, contrary to belief that it would be the Dickas, it's actually the Incas.
Yes, you are correct.
Exactly.
You got it right, Eric. Hang on. Pair of tickets to see Smashing Pumpkins' Spirits on Fire tour with Jane's Addiction and Poppy Friday night, Wells Fargo Center. Tickets are on sale now, wellsfargocenterphilly.com. Did we mention that Billy Corgan's stopping by here this week?
We did not.
I heard about that. I guess that's on Friday.
Yeah,
yeah?
with the air.
That's going to be awesome. All right, so let's dive into the entertainment stories. Jason Sudeikis and Olivia Wilde's former nanny spoke to the Daily Mail recently, revealing some surprising details about the former couple's split. In one of the stories, the nanny told Sudeikis was so upset about Wilde leaving to meet Harry Styles one day, he threw himself under the back of her car.
That seems pretty desperate.
Sudeikis was allegedly especially distraught over Wilde preparing a salad with her special dressing for Styles.
When I was reading this article, I'm like, what is this dressing that makes it so special?
know.
The night she left with her salad, Jason had chased her, videotaping her in the house. This is according to the nanny. She was saying, "I'm scared of you, Jason. I'm scared of you." And he said, "If you're scared of me, then why are you leaving your kids with me?" She continued saying, so then Jason went outside, laid under her car so she wouldn't leave. She got in her car to back up. He lay under her car so she wouldn't leave. The nanny added, out of everything, he was like, she made her special salad dressing and took it to him.
Well, stop and think about it. You don't want another man eating your wife's salad, right?
Yeah. Right. Yes, of course. Not tossing it anymore.
No.
So, by the way, Jason and Olivia released a joint statement saying that the nanny is full of crap.
Just seemed kind of weird.
Calling the statements false and scurrilous and just not true. They said, as parents, it's incredibly upsetting to learn that a former nanny of our two young children would choose to make such false accusations about us publicly.
So the nanny apparently has an axe to grind with them because she wanted unemployment. And they claim that she resigned, and she says she was fired, and so there's that thing going on.
They said her now 18-month-long campaign to harass us, of harassing us as well as loved ones, close friends, and colleagues has reached its unfortunate apex. So they're saying it's a bunch of hooey.
Yeah.
All right,
and hokum.
A New York City restaurateur said that he has rescinded a ban on TV host James Corden hours after he called out the comedian for being one of his restaurant's most abusive customers ever. So he had banned him.
Yes.
Now he has unbanned him. Keith McNally, owner of famed Soho restaurant Balthazar, said on Instagram that the Late Show host called him and apologized profusely, noting that he believed strongly in second chances. McNally said, anyone magnanimous enough to apologize to a deadbeat layabout like me and my staff doesn't deserve to be banned from anywhere, especially Balthazar. So, but I have the background of this whole thing.
Good.
So, in an earlier post, McNally described Corden as a, quote, tiny cretin of a man.
That's not good.
And said that he had 86 Corden, and it did not make me laugh, he said. McNally provided two examples of the alleged abusive behavior. He referenced a manager's report dated in June, accusing Corden of showing a hair to an apologetic restaurant manager before demanding to, quote, get us another round of drinks this second and also take care of all of our drinks so far. McNally also claimed that Corden hinted at writing nasty reviews online. In an October 9th report cited by McNally, and I think this was the straw that broke the camel's back, Corden was described as becoming upset over his wife's omelet. Kitchen staff made the dish a second time, but sent it with home fries instead of a salad.
What?
As Corden's wife had requested.
I'm going to kill you.
And that's when James began yelling like crazy to the server. This is according to the guy, accusing him of telling the server, you can't do your job. You can't do your job. Maybe I should go into the kitchen and cook the omelet myself. And then he shot him.
Get on your knees, facing away from me.
Yeah. Wow. Put your mouth on the curb.
Suck on the gun.
After
he
he said,
it's brunch.
The server apologized, brought the floor manager to the table, and the dish was returned again. McNally said,
That seems to be the trouble, sir.
He said everything was fine, and he noted that the manager gave Corden promo champagne glasses to smooth things out.
And 4 cake pops.
Promo champagne glasses.
The manager said Corden was pleasant to him but nasty to the server, and he said that she was very shaken but professional that she is. She continued to finish her shift.
I'm not making excuses, but I am going to ask you guys, which meal do you find yourself the most likely to be hangry?
In other words,
breakfast.
if it does not come out correctly, you're going to be
Just in
hangry?
general.
Or just in general, what drives you to the most emotional
not-
response?
I can't pick one in particular. It just depends on how hungry
I will tell you
am. It could
this.
be any meal.
I have every confidence that if it doesn't come out to your liking, you're still cordial and nice, right? About getting
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Because you don't want them to take the food back and rub it in their ass.
No. The only time I would get pissy is if I caught some bizarre attitude.
Yes, attitude won't
That's
stand.
it. But no, if somebody makes mistakes, then Kathy was at a restaurant where she never got her food recently.
Oh, wait, really?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell the story online or on air, but yeah.
We don't want to get anyone fired.
She never.
Well, it was a new place, and so they were getting things down, and we actually got up and left.
Remember, guys, you're supposed to bring the food out to the customers.
2.5 hours.
2.5 hours?
What?
Yeah.
Did you call the
2.5
alarm?
Write down.
I'll tell you the whole story off the air. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
All right. So anyhow, there's no need. There is no need to be rude to servers.
2.5 hours.
And now I'm looking at him differently, James Corden.
Oh, no
So
doubt.
that ain't cool, man.
I watched this
At
video
all.
of stories, and it's somebody from a news source, and I forget where it was, but it seemed legit, that sort of said the nice guy image isn't always intact.
I heard a little bit of that. Yeah.
And and it makes me sad because he always seemed like the
like the nice guy.
happy-go-lucky guy.
Yeah.
You know what? He's on a diet. That could be doing it.
Speaking of happy-go-lucky, Ezra Miller pleaded not guilty Monday to stealing bottles of liquor from a neighbor's home, one of a string of arrests and reports of erratic behavior by the Flash actor that stretched from Hawaii to Vermont.
Yes.
Miller appeared Monday with their lawyer remotely from Burlington, Vermont for the arraignment on a felony burglary charge, and they agreed to conditions that they not have any contact with the homeowner or go to the residence.
They just got to get to the point where they can release the movie, and then that's it. So DC's not going to have anything to do with him after this.
I agree.
Who's going to put up the insurance on any movie he's on?
Vermont State Police responded to a burglary complaint in Stamford on May 1st and said that they found that several bottles of alcohol have been taken from a residence while the homeowner was away.
You know, he and James Corden should do a buddy cop movie, right?
The homeowner said that he had been friends with Miller for about 18 years.
Wow.
And bought the home a year and a half ago in the town where Miller had also purchased a home. Miller was charged after police consulted surveillance footage and interviewed witnesses. Miller, of course, was arrested twice this year in Hawaii, including for disorderly conduct and harassment at a karaoke bar. So
The bitch of it is I really like his performance as the Flash. I've liked him in other things, but I don't think, I don't know how they bring this one back.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So Drew Barrymore is opening up about her love life in a blog post on Sunday. The Never Been Kissed actress shared that she had not been able to have an intimate relationship since her divorce from Will Koppelman in 2016.
Things tighten up, I guess.
Yeah, a couple.
Barrymore and Koppelman share 2 daughters together, Olive and Frankie. And she wrote that she's more cautious when it comes to relationships because of her daughters, highlighting that she wants them to be empowered and to love themselves. She said, I'm just in a completely different place in my life. And maybe in the near future, I will get into a relationship, but it simply hasn't been my priority. So I'm not a person who needs sex and has to go out there and engage with people on that level. She added that she has finally come to the epiphany that love and sex are simply not the same thing. And this comes after Barrymore said on her show that she can go years without sex.
How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
It can be a distraction. So is Olive named after, she did the narration for all of the other reindeer?
Oh.
I wonder if there's a tie-in for that.
I think she just loves olive loaf.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Maybe. Who doesn't? All right, so Bill Murray on Sunday, a TV writer and producer, Judnick Maynard, wrote about Murray.
Here it comes.
On Twitter. Your yearly reminder that I saw Bill Murray put both his hands into Solange's scalp after asking her 3 times if her hair was a wig or not. He posted this follow-up tweet clarifying that Noel's song called Don't Touch My Hair was not written about Bill Murray. And since the tweet is going around, just want to clear it up. Apparently, wrote, Don't Touch My Hair is not about Bill Murray. She had just finished performing that song on SNL when he did it. And according to Entertainment Tonight, Noel seems to have confirmed the accusation by liking Maynard's tweet.
So that's one of the lesser things he's being accused of recently. So, yeah, okay, interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, you don't go touching someone's hair, especially if they might be wearing a wig or something like that. And it was just, he just gets handsy.
He does. He's a handsy guy.
Get your freaking hands off of me. You know?
Freaking
no
lunatic.
touch.
Don't touch my hair.
Reese Witherspoon shared a photo from her very first photo shoot ever for 17 magazine. In the photo, the actress is on a beach with her Man in the Moon co-star Emily Warfield. And she said, I remember thinking that I was going to pass out from excitement because all I ever wanted was to be in 17 magazine. I had no idea where this journey would take me. A reminder to keep going because you never know what's next. Have you ever seen that movie, Man in the Moon?
Yes.
Oh, my God. It's rips your heart out. It's one of those.
I don't remember a lot of it. Yeah.
Sad.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What is it?
She's a teenager. She's like 15 years old.
It's her first movie, is it not?
And she has a crush. It is her first movie. She has a crush. They live on a farm out in the country, and she has a crush on the boy who lives in the farm next door.
Remember that?
But he
part.
gets into a relationship with her older sister because he's older. And it's just it's a beautiful
Heart-wrenching.
movie, but it's
Yeah.
heart-wrenching because somebody dies in it, and it's terrible. But I mean, it's good and terrible. One of those. Hailey Bieber and Selena Gomez shocked the world.
Whoa!
By posing for a photo together.
Yeah.
After years
Shock?
Yeah.
of rumors of a feud between them. On Sunday, photographer Tyrell Hampton posted a picture of Hailey smiling together with the singer and actress at the Academy Museum Gala. The event took place at Los Angeles' Academy Museum and saw a host of famous faces come together to celebrate the museum's one-year anniversary.
How exciting.
Hampton posted the picture with the caption, plot twist, and the comment section was immediately flooded with fans praising the picture. The photo...
The world, you have to take this into perspective. The entire world was shocked.
To the core.
If you were to go to like a remote Amazonian village,
Yeah.
You're right.
to know that it hit them way out there,
Yeah.
that's very impressive.
Yeah, what did the Yanomamo have to say about that?
The photo came just 2 weeks after Hailey opened up about being on the receiving end of hate on the internet from fans of Justin Bieber and Gomez's relationship.
It's got to be a nightmare.
The two began dating when they were teenagers, and people still haven't gotten over that, and were involved in a highly publicized, on-off relationship, but called things off for good in 2018, months before Hailey and Justin then tied the knot in September of that year.
It was a nightmare.
Yeah, exactly. About that Bieber and Gomez thing, I'll catch myself occasionally welling up throughout the day.
Yeah.
That didn't pan out.
But you know what? I don't because he is in.
He's in love.
Well, they're both in such a better place now.
I think
and
so.
it was the right decision. Maybe it didn't seem and didn't feel right at the time.
It's still bittersweet.
It is.
During an appearance, Bieber revealed how she has faced bullying from fans of both her husband and his ex-girlfriend over allegations that she was the other woman in Justin and Gomez's romance. But Hailey said there's no drama personally between her and Gomez, adding it's all respect. It's all love.
Save the drama for your mama.
That's
Yeah.
right. When asked if she had spoken to Gomez since marrying Justin Bieber, when was this? In September of this year, she replied yes, before adding, that's why I'm like, it's all respect, it's all love.
God almighty.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
know.
great story.
Yep, isn't it though? That's why I included it here. Let's see here. Maria Salud Ramirez Caballero, the woman who allegedly inspired the character of Mama Coco in the Disney film
yeah.
Coco, has died. She's 109 years old.
109.
So you need to see the side-by-side photos
It's
yeah?
uncanny.
of her and the animated character. It's
her.
unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're looking at the pictures right now.
Oh, yeah, it's her.
So, but here's the interesting thing. She was reportedly known as Mama Coco in the area, and although it was never officially confirmed by Disney, many believe that she was the model for the beloved grandmother character in the film. Her death was confirmed by the Secretary of Tourism in the area, who tweeted the news on Sunday, describing her as tireless woman and a life model.
She died during a parkour class, correct?
He said, I deeply regret the death of Doña Maria Salud Ramirez Caballero, Mama Coco, a tireless woman, an example of life who was the inspiration for this beloved character who went around the world.
109.
Wow.
Yep. Now, Disney, like I said, hasn't acknowledged that she was the inspiration for the character, but her family claims a team from Pixar visited their town and even lived with them for a period of time. There is no way that is not Mama Coco.
Look at the, all you need to do is, if you get a chance, check out the side-by-side, go online, and you'll see she's clearly this woman.
Yep. So that movie, that's a great movie.
It is a great movie.
It's so well
Kathy
done.
loves it.
I loved that movie.
Coco.
Like, of the newer animated movies, that's my favorite.
Yep.
Really?
It's pretty amazing. Yep. Harrison Ford is stepping into the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yes!
My God. He's
He's
just
part of all of them now.
some of the absolute biggest ones ever. He will step in as Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, replacing
no kidding.
Yeah, replacing the late William Hurt.
In the Thunderbolts?
No, not as of yet. He's going to be in Captain America: New World Order.
All right.
So the fourth Captain America movie is going to follow the events of the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It does not appear, however, now that he is set to star in Thunderbolts, Nick, which will be Marvel's anti-hero team-up that is scheduled to immediately follow Captain America 4.
And that's very interesting casting, though. I wholly approve.
Yeah. Hurt first played Ross in Marvel Studios' second feature film ever, 2008's The Incredible Hulk, as U.S. Army General, who is instrumental in transforming Bruce Banner, who was played by Ed Norton then, into the Hulk. Ross then spends the rest of the movie hunting for Banner. Ross showed up again in 2016's Captain America: Civil War as the Secretary of State tasked with enforcing the Sokovia Accord, meant to curtail the actions of the Avengers. And after brief cameos in Avengers Infinity War and Avengers Endgame, his final performance as Ross was in 2021's Black Widow. And this is Ford's first film within the MCU.
They end up doing well. I loved Robert Redford when he popped up. In Winter Soldier.
Yes, he was
it was
excellent.
great. Yeah,
He
more
was,
of
in
that.
he was in Endgame, too, when they did the
That's
flashbacks
right,
to
yes.
New York in 2012.
Yep. Let me see. What other bits of news do I have here for you?
You actually, a lot of people don't know this, but we have this full entertainment news division that Preston oversees.
The division.
And so what happens is you receive a ton of stuff you have to siphon through and rewrite the copy.
Not
and
all of
then most of the morning I'm listening to you on the phone with your sources confirming.
And not all of it makes the cuts.
No, not all of it.
So, according to Deadline, Netflix has decided to postpone the release of its documentary series about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle until next year. It was unofficially slated to premiere in December, but Netflix changed its course following criticisms from a former British Prime Minister about the fifth season of The Crown. According to sources said, they're rattled at Netflix and they blinked first and decided to postpone the documentary.
They have not mentioned who this former PM is, but I have to assume it's Tony Blair, right?
I mean, a lot of this history is going to be really recent, which means a lot of these people are still alive and viable. And, they could tell stories in the 50s and 60s, and people are either older and have forgotten or they've passed away. So when they're doing this new stuff...
There are more people who can sue you.
Yeah. And there's more people who are, if they're going to deal with like Prince Charles and Meghan Markle and the whole scandal with all of those people, they're still around.
All right, and then one last thing.
That's why I'm sorry, but that's why I kind of find it not as interesting.
The recent stuff?
Because I've seen it. I know what's going on.
Right.
I don't need to see a dramatization of what happened last week.
Yeah, I'm curious as how much I'm going to be into the more current storyline or not, because the formative years of Elizabeth and so on were like, okay, I don't know that story.
When we
I'd
get
like to
past
know
the
about
present, then go into the future.
Ooh,
on
okay.
another planet. Yeah.
Maybe they take the gender sphere
Absolutely. Welcome aboard.
to another planet, Your Highness.
It's the first time. Wait, none of my switches are working.
No.
What did they do, those rat bastards?
Steve said that too when he came in. He's like,
They've
they're
been
doing
effing
something.
with the studio.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Hang on a
They may have just bypassed this.
It's the bypass line.
Yeah, it's bypass line. Hang on a second. Try it.
Test 1, 2.
Hold on. Try it now.
Test 1, 2.
Nope. Hold on. I just activated the bypass.
All right.
Hold on. We have to go to 10 forward.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy. Emergency.
All right. We'll worry about
Get
that
up to
later.
the bridge now.
These all should not be on number.
They should not be.
They be on.
Who's slimy fingers?
Oh, see, I thought he was just pressing buttons. He does actually know what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's the old SPX 90. I used
This
to
is
have one.
crazy.
All right, large hall.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
No,
Test
worry
1
about
2.
it later.
Test
Worry
1
about
2.
it later. We're not going to do it now.
The bell works, Steve.
The bell does work.
That's analog.
All right, one last story. Steve had sent me this, and it's sweet as can be. Jack Black works on various charitable endeavors, such as a group called the Trinity Kids Care Organization, and they offer comprehensive pediatric palliative care and hospice services to terminally ill children in Los Angeles and other areas in Southern California. While hosting a walk for Trinity Kids Care, Jack met one of the children at the charity. His name is Abraham. He happened to be a School of Rock fan. 15-year-old Abraham has a rare mitochondrial disease called Pearson syndrome and has been in palliative care with Trinity Kids Trinity Kids Care for the past year. And apparently the boy's nurse knew that he loved School of Rock, and he arranged for him to meet him. And on meeting Abraham, Black asked him what his favorite song was from the movie, and he said it was The End of Time. So Jack sang it for him.
That's great.
Oh, man, it's so sweet and so sad because, this kid's not going to make it.
No.
It's just terrible.
It's beautiful, though, and so kind.
It's wonderful. So if you get a chance to see it, it's on TikTok. And by the way, IGN left some kind words there, the American Video Game and Entertainment Group, and they wrote, "That's our Bowser," referring to the forthcoming new Mario film, where Super Mario Brothers movie, where Jack is going to be playing the King of the Koopas and Mario's arch nemesis.
Oh,
So
wow.
he will be Bowser. So that's what they wrote. That's our Bowser. So it's a really beautiful moment. All right, we're ready for case.
Yeah,
We're ready
I'm
for.
sorry. I'm over there.
We'll mess with. No, don't do that.
Don't worry about it.
Seriously, don't do it.
Yeah, I know. I don't
let's
know
talk
what
to
I'm
somebody
doing.
who knows what they're doing. All right, clips. After the devastating death of his mother, outcast Oliver decides that digging up a few friends literally might be his best bet in the loneliest boy in the world. In this clip, the star Hero finds Tiffin. Explains how the format of this movie makes it easier to digest. Here we go.
Yeah, it's interesting because the dark humor, this film could have been a very, very serious, deep, dark, introspective look into people and why people are how they are. But we've taken the dark humor approach, so it's a little bit more lighthearted.
Shut the f*** up!
The Loneliest Boy in the World is available for streaming on Apple TV Plus today.
It actually does look amusing.
He's Ralph Fiennes or Ray Fiennes' nephew.
Oh, okay. All right, so Hero finds Tiffin is his name.
And a resonant voice he has.
Next clip. A man and his daughter must team up to save their town after Halloween decorations come to life and wreak havoc in the Curse of Bridge Hollow. That's an interesting
I wanna watch
idea.
that.
Yeah. Here star Marlon Wayans reveals what he is most proud of in this movie.
To put together a family-friendly horror comedy, which is something I'm completely foreign to, because Scary Movie, we had all kind of liquids and fluids and buttocks and body parts, and Haunted House, I was humping everything. So it was good to do something that was just something that my kids could actually watch.
The Curse of Bridge Hollow is available for streaming on Netflix now. That was way over modulated. Yeah, so if you guys check the audio on that. All right, that is the entertainment report for today.
Well done.
Thank you very much, sir. It's the department. I got to give my credit to the department, by the way.
Your staff is excellent.
We have a screening of Black Adam, and that is tonight, by the way, at the Regal UA in King of Prussia. It starts at 7 o'clock. Would you like to go? We'll be one of the next three callers right now, and we'll give you those passes. 215-263-WMMR. All right, and it does open in theaters on the 21st, so you're getting to see it in advance. And, of course, it stars Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
And the rumor is there is a very, very awesome post-credit sequence.
Ooh, excellent. All right, so three callers. We'll set you up. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. We got a good Tuesday morning to spend together. We visited that when we went to England a couple of years ago. The Tower of London's Queen Raven is missing and feared dead, according to the staff at the fortress. So apparently they keep this flock of ravens there. And I remember being there and they're huge. They're these big black birds. I remember seeing them.
Yeah.
I just thought they were That's where they just kind of, flew in and hung out. But apparently they have a...
They cultivate them.
Yeah, they I was going to say they grow them there.
They grow them there.
But they...
Do you have any of those
raise
crow
them.
seeds?
The tower usually has 6 ravens at any time, and according to legend, if they ever leave, then both the fortress and the kingdom will fall.
Yes.
There are currently 7
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah!
There are 7 in residence. A spokesman said Marlena's continued absence indicates to us that she may have sadly passed away. So that's Marlena. She is the queen.
It is a matter of great distress for us, as Marlena has gone missing. As you know, the legend, the kingdom will fall if we do not have 7 crows on presence at all times. So it is now that I must inform the matters. Thank you.
Disgusting.
We need a different spokesperson.
Who hired him?
Yeah, time to retire, bro.
It's always some guy with big mutton chops.
Can we get a young guy?
I'm 27. Taking care of these birds will age you.
He added, Marlena was our undisputed ruler of the roost, queen of the Tower Ravens. She will be greatly missed by her fellow ravens, the Raven Master, and all of us here in the Tower community.
But if you know Marlena, you know that's so Raven.
I believe the people that work at the tower, I think they volunteer. I think they, I want to say I remember reading that. It was great. I really enjoyed going
I'm a complete
there.
Anglophile when it comes to this stuff. The royal family, the tower, even watching The Crown is so much fun. Listen, some people don't get it. I love it.
It's a dated concept, but it's pretty cool.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And embracing that and keeping that going.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're touristy spots in London that you'd think maybe are a little cheesy or whatever. This was not. I really enjoyed that tour, and I'd go back. And the Crown Jewels are there. It was really cool.
By the way, if you do want to see the Crown Jewels, my only one-time visit there, my recommendation we got as soon as it opened, and it was the first place we went, and there was nobody there. And apparently the line...
You're putting on the crown.
We looked at out in front of where the Crown Jewels are. Is one of those back and forth switchback wait line things, and you could just by walking through that, we're like, okay, this could take forever on a busy day, but we got right in. It was very impressive.
Yeah.
So I thought that was pretty cool. The Raven Master Christopher Scaife said that he would be taking some time to mourn Marlena. Tower staff added that they had no immediate plans to replace her. And Charles is believed to have been the first monarch to officially decree that the birds must be kept at the tower at all times. So one of them's gone. And, apparently when numbers fell to just a single Raven Guard, Winston Churchill had ordered that the flock, which is known as an unkindness, that's a flock of ravens.
An unkindness.
Yes, was increased to at least 6.
We watched in Greece, the flock.
Yes, in 2018, the tower launched...
Get the flock out of here.
A raven breeding program.
Quoting Lethal Weapon 2.
After history.
Of course.
Yes. What did the shepherd say to the other shepherd?
Winston Churchill was a visionary. Was it?
That was in the first one, Winston. I'm sorry. I will have to throw that at you. But anyhow, it was becoming increasingly difficult to source the birds. So, all right. And that's all I have time for, I guess, in my thing that I just did. What was it? The junk drawer.
Whatever that was.
And that wraps up tonight's thing that I just said. I'm Tom Brokaw. It's called the news.
We were talking about checking our mental health earlier.
Yes.
If you've been feeling stressed out, you may want to scream, and you should, as it could help you feel better.
So we had the discussion about primal scream therapy and the song Shout by Tears for Fears. And the jury's still out as to whether or not that was actually a song about primal scream therapy, but it used to be all the rage for a while.
Yes. Avi Klein, a psychotherapist, says, I think every emotion...
You should do it!
we feel... A little reverb on that, please, when if you're going to...
You should do it! It's so therapeutic!
He says, I think every emotion that we feel has a kind of correlating action that goes along with it. It feels really good or even healthy to discharge that emotion. John Norcross is a professor of psychology at the University of Scranton and says that no matter how you vent your feelings out,
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
It's a good way to relieve tension. Can you hit that again, please?
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
Okay. Klein notes that simply screaming won't face your issues.
We can't play the whole one. Can we? I don't know if times have changed.
And you'll still have to face whatever it is that's bothering you and work through it even after taking the edge
Dad,
off.
can I talk to you for a minute?
Jesus.
I have a strange discharge.
I'm just clipping the.
Well, yeah, the rest of it tells where the discharge came
coming from, yeah.
And that's when Bill gets a little nervous.
It's actually worse this way.
Is it?
I think, but by his reckoning, it would probably be better.
Well, maybe he got let out of the army and it was strange, and he got a strange discharge, and he wasn't.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
I'm sorry, I was trying to read a book here, but yeah, please tell me about your drippy weenie.
Yes.
Can I finish my steak first?
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
Wait, I nailed it so much better. I'll have to edit that down.
I want to hear discharge.
All right.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
There we go. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
And then,
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
What would a normal one be? What would a non-strange discharge be? You know?
yeah. I have froyo coming out my ass. That's pretty strange, but probably more acceptable.
Casey, there was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care what song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to
in a
delete
while.
my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on there.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. And does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not
cool
matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that it came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one. All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously?
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it
Jesus.
will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah, well,
She
how much
loves
did
them.
those cost? This is for free,
You can just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like
plug
an
up your
imbecile.
ears.
You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah.
Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
He didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right,
No.
here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged
Yeah.
in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, yes, exactly, to listen to something through it, it was just terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Presley Gerber, the son of supermodel Cindy Crawford, took to Instagram Live in order to clear up his reasons for getting a tattoo on his cheek.
All right, hey guys. I want to let you know I wrote it a word on my face.
Which he has received backlash for. And I've not seen it. I've just read this story. That's it. And the only thing I have is a quote from him that says, "If I thought it was going to ruin my face, I wouldn't have done it."
Really?
Well, that's how stupid he is. He what is the word that he? It's one word, and it's
It's what, the word on his face?
yeah, do you remember?
Misunderstood.
Misunderstood, right? So it's under his eye, on high up on his cheek. It's a thin line, but it's still stupid. He's a male model, as is his sister Kaya Gerber. And I don't know why you would do that.
Male, you're a model.
Yeah.
And you've just
Ruined your career.
ruined exactly your product. Oh my God.
Now he has tattoos.
He's got
but
a lot of tattoos.
He has
yeah.
no tattoos on his face.
He's got some on his neck.
Yeah.
All over his hands.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Did you see Amber Rose? Amber Rose has a tattoo along the top part of her, highest part of her forehead.
Her hairline?
Yeah. So
Okay.
her head's always shaved, and it's sort of calligraphy. It looks lovely. But what are you going to do with that? I couldn't even read what it said, but it's big.
Okay.
I'm sort of coming around on face tattoos.
You gonna get one?
Though. I wouldn't want any of my children to. Listen, if you're, I met these guys at the tattoo convention, right?
They were the coolest guys. They were smoking cigarettes.
they were smoking cigarettes,
and they were wearing leather.
I was like, wow, man, can you blow smoke rings? One guy, and they listen to the show. Their guy's name is Dave.
Yeah.
He's got a he's got a D that's kind of like tattooed into his beard line.
For Dave?
For Dave. And
I could see why you're coming around.
listen, he and his buddy, they both lay concrete. They're both just big.
They both
They are like concrete. It's not that they actually like concrete.
I said lay.
They both
They're
like
fans of concrete,
concrete.
sacrete,
I thought he
and
did.
various gravel.
What did he say?
Lay concrete.
I thought you said like.
I did
thought
too.
they both
I was
like
wondering-
concrete.
I'm a huge fan of cement.
Big fans of concrete.
They're big fans
Just
of
love it. No, yeah, no.
metamorphic and sedimentary, and yeah. So okay, so
What does that have to
obviously-
do with it anyway?
Because listen, they lay concrete for a living. What the hell does it matter if they, they face
I get
tattoos
it.
or whatever? They're not your lawyer, They're not a judge on the bench or where, somebody that you would not want to have face tattoos.
if someone wants to do it, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
In this case, we're questioning a male model whose livelihood depends on his looks getting a word tattooed on his face that will always have to be attended to whenever he does something.
Sure, but he already has tattoos on his neck as well. I mean, so clearly it's not that big of a deal.
Here's an argument for you for why it's a bad idea, okay? So in human interaction, and when you start to meet someone for the first time, whatever the scenario may be, you engage in eye contact and facial reading of emotions and things like that.
Yeah.
If you have stuff written or placed on your face, it's a distraction from that. And
Okay.
I think it's a lack of being able to communicate effectively.
But what about like a giant mole on somebody's face? You going to tell them to get that removed because it's distracting?
If possible, yes.
Yes.
Very distracting when we
Yes.
talk to you.
Yes.
Can you get that removed?
I have a Facebook page.
and take your
called-
friend with the face tattoo.
You don't like
There's a
concrete,
great
Kathy.
line from Uncle Buck where he goes, "Why don't you go down to the sump dump and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face?" Well, it's different traffic music.
I like it.
Yeah, I do too. We haven't. Did we used to use this as traffic music?
I think a long time ago, and I got to give a shout out to, I can't remember the guy's name, but he was from Sun Studio in Aston.
Right.
Come by a bunch of times. Kathy, I saw him at Don McCloskey on Friday night.
Yeah.
And he asked me to use this song for traffic. I said, I'll do it one time. I might get in trouble for it.
No.
Okay.
Let me know.
Oh, yeah,
It's kind of surprised me. I hit the button. I'm like, oh, we have the wrong music. I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute.
We've
can
had
go with this.
equipment failures. And
Yeah.
I thought that might have been something else.
Right.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I like it. I like
No, we can go
I
with
like
that.
when we change things up.
Just don't like to be surprised.
All right.
Yeah, just let me know, man.
All right.
I mean, you guys are tight.
Yeah.
Beds are the kind of thing you can talk about with your bro.
All right. I did notice a few things
Really?
that I feel like sharing with you this morning. Yes.
I'm going to have to do this old school
You're right. There's no effects.
because I can't do it any other way. This is my
Stop
equivalent
it.
of a high pass filter. It's the noticer.
Look at us.
Could you like grab the microphone like a?
That sounds like it's over modulating. I don't know.
All right. Anyway,
I just noticed we don't have our goddamn effects.
Wallet Hub has released their university rankings. The top universities in America, and they have, I think that they ranked 100 of them, or there might be 300. I have the top 30.
I know
That's it.
both you and I were looking at a few catalogs and deciding where we're going.
We're going through this right now.
Are you?
Yeah, my daughter's a junior in high school, my daughter. And we are going through a lot of this stuff. My wife is definitely stressing over it for a lot of different reasons. And things like resources like this are huge right now.
All
right. So on average, tuition and room and board at a 4-year college costs around $23,000 to $52,000 per year.
Wait, that's it? 23?
On average, tuition and room and board. Yeah, you're talking about all the colleges.
That's a lot lower than I expected on average.
Yeah, so $23,000 to $52,000 per year. It varies depending on the school's public or private status and whether it's in state.
Sure.
For those prices, students want to know they are getting a good deal. To determine the top performing schools at the lowest possible cost to undergraduates, Wallet Hub compared more than 900 higher education institutions in the U.S. across 30 key measures. The data set is grouped into 7 categories, such as student selectivity, cost and financing, and career outcomes. The metrics range from student-faculty ratio to graduation rate to post-attendance median salary. Best College Rankings also analyzes post-attendance metrics, the student loan default rate, and the share of former students out-learning high school graduates, for instance, to show the value of the education students can expect to receive beyond their undergraduate status.
Oh, my God.
I'm so stupid I didn't understand.
I need to go to college to understand what you just said.
What I just read.
Jesus Christ. So
but nonetheless,
I guess the idea is if you go, for example, it depends. You have to play it smartly. You can go to Harvard and spend a lot, but you can go to Harvard and shave off some money, right?
Or you can go to Yale.
Yeah.
Well, I'm wearing a Yale shirt right now.
What's pretty cool, I have a Yale shirt too. It's spelled Y-A-I-L, by the way.
It's a good school.
We have a few in our area that are on this list.
Is that right?
I believe it.
Yeah.
So I mean, we can stay, we can continue to do the show while we're going to college, Preston.
I'll roll through these, and I'll get to number 16 because I think that's where we end in the top 30.
Don't do more than 16.
In the top 30. All right, so number 1 is Massachusetts Institute of Technology. MIT is number 1, followed by Yale, Y-A-I-L.
Yes.
University. Third is California Institute of Technology. And then number 4, Princeton University.
Hey!
Right in our area. Number 5 is Harvard.
Yes.
Number 6 is Stanford. Number 7 is Rice University. Number 8 is Penn. So University of Pennsylvania is number 8 on this list.
Kind of where I assumed we would be with these, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just even on a prestige level.
I knew Penn would be up there. I didn't think about Princeton, but yes, of course, that always ranks really, really high. Then you have Georgia Tech, followed by Duke University. Number 11 is Northwestern. 12 is Johns Hopkins. Number 13 is Brown. 14 is Columbia University. Number 15 is Vanderbilt. And then at number 16, Swarthmore College.
Yeah,
how about that?
That doesn't surprise me at all. It's always been touted as like the number 1 liberal arts school in the country. So I'm
going to give 10 points to Delaware County.
What?
Wait a second.
I just want to ask you something.
Kathy's going to want to cut you.
Every time you award points, you give 10 to them and 5 to Bucks County. Every single time.
I'm going to have to back her up on this.
5 is just
Every
a little
time.
slim for being in the top 16.
No, I'm not saying he shouldn't get it. I just think
it's not me.
I mean,
it's the
Delaware
county.
Right.
No,
them.
let's really break it down to what it is. It's a battle between Kathy and Keith.
I every single time, and I have not said anything, but it's every time. Bucks County only gets 5. That's why we'll never catch up.
I know. I agree. I've noticed
Glad
that.
you're with me, Steve. Thanks.
Well,
liked
it's
you better.
115 to 95.
Hey,
That's
maybe
not-
if Levittown University ended up on the list.
Well, also, it seems, right, if you stop and think about it, it seems arbitrary to get to 16. Maybe there's something.
Wait, is there a Levittown University?
Come on,
I was
no.
just checking. I don't know.
I don't know. I think I'm the only. Oh no, I'm not going to.
Wait, how many colleges are there in Bucks County?
College of Hard Knocks.
I don't know. I could look it up.
Bryn Athen, right? Would be one.
Is that Bucks County?
No.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Bryn Athen?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
We're
By
so
the way,
stupid we don't know this.
You should really, Steve, I know you like to hike and stuff.
I love it.
Swarthmore has like really great like woods and hiking trails and stuff like that. We used to go there as kids. We would ride our bikes there and walk through the trails and stuff. It's a really gorgeous campus, and it's just like tucked into this nice little town, this little quiet
A little hamlet.
Yeah.
They label the trees, which I find nice.
Aw.
Yeah.
And the birds, Nick.
Well, not the
They're all
birds.
numbered.
No,
All
just
right,
the
here,
trees.
here are the college and university campuses in Bucks County. You have Bucks County Community College. You have Cairn University.
That's okay. That's probably Bernathen, right?
I'm not really sure. Delaware Valley University, Gwinnett Mercy University, the Ben Salem campus, Holy Family University, Bucks County campus, Jefferson School of Continuing and Professional Studies, the Bucks County campus, and LaSalle University's Bucks County Center.
There you go.
So Bernathen's in Montgomery County.
Yeah, I thought
Okay.
so.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
Is
All
it?
right.
Yeah.
Delaware Valley, by the way, if you like want to go into like majoring in farm studies, I think like agriculture, it's one of the top schools in the country for that.
You know, there's an interesting delineation, Nick. There is Duke, and then there's the Duke University, which is John Wayne's college.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So anyhow, I thought that was pretty cool. I did not know that, Casey, about Swarthmore College.
Yeah.
That it ranks that high in liberal arts colleges.
We used to, I mean, we would go there as kids. We would ride our bikes there, and they had this little indoor field house that it was for indoor track. But there were no guards there. We just would go in there and like play on like all the track and field equipment. Like I just had so much fun on that campus growing up.
Bryn Mawr's usually ranked pretty high, aren't they?
Yeah.
But they're not in the top 30 here.
What about Haverford?
No. I like I said, I only printed up the top 30. So.
I've never actually been on that campus, Nick. I assume you have.
Haverford?
Yeah.
It's pretty as well.
Is it? Is
Yeah.
it decent size? It just seems like it's like a block. Like
I'd
a
say
big
it's about the
box.
same size as like an Eastern or Cabrini or Swarthmore.
What's the one where Dead Poets Society was filmed?
That's a high school, private school.
That's a high school, okay.
St. Andrews down in Delaware.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
but
gotcha.
that's a beautiful campus too.
Right. All right. So anyhow, if you would like the list, if you are starting to look at these because of yourself or maybe your kids, Wallet Hub has got their ranking, and they break it down in different metrics.
Remember when you did the adult ed courses for I think it was for accounting?
No, it was for investments.
Investments.
Yeah, I did that at Delco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I ended up my financial advisor was the teacher. He's been my financial advisor for like
just hired the teacher.
22 years. That's what I did.
I can't figure this out.
Kevin McCoy. He's never steered me wrong. I'm like, I sat there. I was in all those classes. I'm like, you seem really smart. Will you do my stuff for me?
You know what you're doing.
And we've been partners ever since.
I don't want to come to this class. Could you just be my financial?
Well, I'm not catching on. I'm
Yeah.
just going to hire you.
Yeah.
I think I'm so set in my. I do learn things all the time, obviously, but I don't. I think you have to be in the mindset to learn that way.
Yes.
And I haven't been. That switch hasn't been flicked in a long time.
Or you just have to have a genuine interest in what.
Does that help?
I can learn if I have a genuine interest in something. If it's something that I should know, but I'm really not that interested in, forget it, man.
This is boring. I have to leave.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Hey,
You understand. I'm
Yes.
bored.
I'm sorry you've devoted your life to it, but I've got to go out and live.
Going back to the parents who are looking, at colleges for their kids, I love that the community colleges, now I'm sure all of them do it, but I know that Bucks County Community College does it, that they team with one of the other universities. And so you can take your first 2 years of classes there and then your credits
Save
transfer.
money.
But remember how hard it was to transfer your credit? Like at least when I went to school, it was.
Well, they did
if you
that
switch
to stop
schools-
this from happening.
Yeah. So now they pair up so that you can go for cheaper, get your gen eds done, figure out what you want to do instead of going, maybe taking all of these classes and changing your mind.
Who was I? There was an interview with someone. They were talking about attending, like the CW Post Long Island, which has a ridiculous tuition. But years ago when it first opened up, I mean, it was cheap. It was affordable for just about anyone. And now the prices have just skyrocketed.
Well, you know what I love now is that community colleges don't have the stigma that they once had. I mean, they used to be considered the joke. So my son, Carter, goes to Montco.
Yeah.
Which people are finding now is a great option to get those those general studies out of the way, and then you can focus on what you want to train your career in on.
And you don't owe a mortgage by the time you graduate.
But
and do you know?
I want to bring this up real quick and see if we get some calls, because somebody had pointed out Bucks County Community College was also known as UCLA, University Closest to Levittown area.
Yes.
And so where I grew up in St. Louis, there was a place, a community college called Merrimack, and we nicknamed it MIT, which was Mom, I Tried, or Merrimack in Town.
So we had Suffolk County Community College, and people would call it USC.
Yeah.
The University of Suffolk County.
There you go.
Yeah.
Totally. Yes.
We also had the Bucks County Country Club.
Okay.
Which was the correctional facility.
That's great.
I love that.
But school counselors are actually kind of gearing children towards going to the community colleges first. Like that's what they're pushing them to do instead of picking a big school right away.
Oh, I swear to God, if I had kids, I'd are you like what you did, Preston, with Carter? You said Carter's. Yes, please try to.
It's so
because you're just incinerating money.
Well, and there's a couple of things as well. It's usually at an arm's length. From it's close to where you live usually, so it's a little more geographically friendly to a teenager who maybe you're not ready to send them. Hours and hours away.
But if you know it, like for example, if you're motivated towards something and you really know what you want to do and you want to become a neurosurgeon, obviously spend the money.
Yeah. It's also really competitive these days, and even more so than ever before. I don't feel like when I was going into school, like it was as competitive as it is now. Like if you want to get into one of like the top level schools, like you have to, like if you want to get into Harvard, you basically better at some point in your high school, earlier in your high school career, create like some sort of a foundation. You know what I mean? Like you can't just like, oh no, I
You've got
4 sports, and
you've got to be an achiever. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be super duper smart and get a merit scholarship.
Yeah.
Or you got to start saving
Or be able to roll your tongue.
That'll do it too.
Ruffles have ridges.
You're in.
So let me see here. We used to call Delaware County Community College Delco Grade 13.
Oh, yeah. I'm in the 13th grade.
Dana Carvey does a great bit about that, about his college years. Yeah, so I was in 14th grade.
Somebody says we called Montco Harvard by the highway.
I like this one, too.
Montco equals Route 202U. Oh, my God, these are great. Montco is also known as 202U and Bluebell University. Let's see. Yeah, in Gloucester County College, known as 13th grade. So, yeah, there's a bunch of them.
You know what, though? I say if you get what you need to get from that education, it's like I'll tell people, if you're currently still using like Windows 98 and you've never upgraded and it works for you and you're able to get done what you need to get done, then that's all you need. Mm-hmm. It's not an imperative that you spend $100,000 on an education to get a good education.
Yep, and like I said, the stigma has pretty much ended. On that, which is pretty awesome. So, all right, I did notice some other things. I would love to stay.
It's been noticed, and if you notice, my effect isn't on.
I would talk about colleges some more, but I do have some other things I want to get to and make sure that these don't go to waste. This is encouraging to hear. I certainly hope it's true, but vaccines that target cancer could be available before the end of the decade, according to the husband and wife team behind one of the most successful COVID vaccines of the pandemic. Ugur Sahin and Özlem Turici, who both founded BioNTech, the German firm that partnered with Pfizer to manufacture a revolutionary COVID vaccine, said that they've made breakthroughs that fueled their optimism for cancer vaccines in the coming years. How amazing would that be?
So I remain always, I'm encouraged and cautious.
Sure.
It's always the case because, you want it to be so. And as you said, Preston, it'd be wonderful, because it's just, we've come so far and there've been so many things that are just almost a 180 in what it used to be years ago in cancer treatment. So we're getting there and just kind of remain cautious and see where we're going. But that would be fantastic.
Yeah, if treatment wasn't even needed, if a vaccine happened, that would be incredible. Technology at the heart of BioNTech's COVID vaccine could be repurposed so that it primed the immune system to attack cancer cells instead of invading coronaviruses.
If you're telling me this is based on Viagra, my head's going to spin. Viagra is the wonder drug of wonder drugs.
So they said, Professor Sahin said that it could be available before 2030. COVID vaccine works by fairing, and I'll try to explain this, okay?
Let me go to college first.
Fairing the genetic instructions for harmless spike proteins on the COVID virus into the body. These instructions are taken up by cells which churn out the spike protein. These proteins, or antigens, are then used as, quote, wanted posters, telling the immune systems, antibodies, and other defenses what to search for and attack.
So this has been something they've been talking about for a long time. Your body sometimes can't identify the cancer, and the natural defenses of your body, which should be able to take care of it, aren't alerted to it.
Yep. So
because they're wearing a lot of times the cancer cells will wear like a fake beard, and dark glasses.
So essentially, it would use the same tech rather than carrying code to identify viruses. The vaccine contains genetic instructions for cancer antigens, proteins that stud the surfaces of tumor cells.
Well, look at what we talked about last week. They're taking a version of a type of herpes, which they say can slow the growth and cure cancer, or at least treat cancer.
Yeah, so what's interesting about this is BioNTech was working on the cancer vaccines before the pandemic struck, and then they pivoted to use that same technology for the COVID vaccine. So they were already working on this for cancer.
When you were a kid, would you go into the bathroom and try to mix different things together?
Of course.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sure I cured a few things and never realized it.
Shampoo and baby powder and toothpaste. And absolutely.
Mix it up.
The firm now has several cancer vaccines in clinical trials.
Do they credit me with any of them?
They did not credit you in this particular story.
Because I did submit a few papers when I was 7.
They hope to develop treatments for bowel cancer, melanoma, and other cancer types, but substantial hurdles lie ahead. The cancer cells that make up tumors can be studded with a wide variety of different proteins, making it extremely difficult to make a vaccine that targets all of the cancer cells and no healthy tissue. So that's the thing. But they remain cautious about the work. They said, as scientists, we are always hesitant to say that we will have a cure for cancer. We have a number of breakthroughs, and we will continue to work on them. But that would be incredible if that happened.
We're getting there.
All right, what else we have here? I noticed some other things.
I'm not even going to try.
All right. This is sad to see, but he lived a hell of a life. James A. McDivitt, who commanded Apollo 9, the Apollo 9 mission testing, and it was testing the first complete set of equipment to go to the moon, passed away. He was 93 years old. He was also a commander for 1965's Gemini 4 mission, where his best friend and colleague Ed White made the first U.S. spacewalk, and he's the guy that took the pictures of those.
It's amazing,
spacewalks. So they are iconic images. He passed on a chance to land on the moon, and instead,
I don't want to.
Became the space agency's program manager for 5 Apollo missions after the Apollo 11 moon landing.
Those guys were a breed of their own.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
Apollo 9 was considered one of the more boring flights. It just orbited Earth. It didn't go any further than
Gentlemen,
that.
we'd like you to participate in a boring flight. The odds are fairly strong you might not come back. You're boring, you say it is. Yes, we'd love to.
But McDivitt said that it didn't bother him, that it was overlooked. He said, I could see why they would, it didn't land on the moon, and so it's hardly part of Apollo, but the lunar module was key to the whole program, and that's what they were doing. They were testing the lunar module.
Yeah.
The goal was to see if people could live in it, if it could dock and orbit.
It was essential.
That became crucial, obviously, yeah. But it's interesting, he said early on in the training, McDivitt wasn't impressed with how flimsy it looked. He said, I looked at it.
Yeah.
I looked at Rusty and he looked at me, and I said, oh my God, we're actually going to fly that thing? He said it was really chintzy. It was like cellophane and tinfoil put together with scotch tape and staples.
Well, they talked about how easy it would be to pierce the lem. How they had to keep things as light as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what they did.
Yeah, and so in the vacuum of space, there's not much that you need. So,
and it's boring too,
and
so that helps.
So boring. But he lived a hell of a life. He flew 145 combat missions in Korea and graduated from the University of Michigan with an aeronautical engineering degree.
So when they bury him, they'll technically be replacing the McDivitt, right?
Maybe they'll replace the McDivitt. So, 93 years old.
That's an amazing career.
Incredible life.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. How about this? I did not see the Giants-Ravens game over the weekend. Case, did you watch it?
I watched the NFL Red Zone, and that had bits and
Highlights?
pieces of it.
I don't know if you saw this or not, but fans can't make up their minds on CBS's brand new camera angle, with some comparing watching it to being drunk.
Have you seen? So it actually, as it's moving, it starts to sway a little bit. It does seem like you're on a rolling boat watching the game.
Yes.
Yeah, they're trying all sorts of stuff.
I don't know what's wrong with the current coverage, right? I mean, has it ever been better coverage, Case? Do you see any room for an improvement? I don't.
Well, here, we're showing the video for Casey now. You'll watch to see how it leans and it rocks back and forth. So it's like the camera. Now, they already have cameras that are on cables, and you'll see them during the kickoff sometimes, but this one is in a different spot. And it actually sways left and right. So you almost get like these old Batman TV show angles.
It's not good.
It feels more like artsy, like a movie or a documentary as opposed to a game.
It's totally unnecessary. And then also, the frame that we're looking at here, if you're going to do that, can you keep the main actor in this, like, in the center of the screen? Because when you start doing the swaying thing, like
you're losing him.
You're losing him. Right?
I think what they should do, Casey, is pop up graphics that say "bam," "whoosh," "splurt."
Yeah. Fans on social media had widely mixed opinions on the camera angle after watching it live. Some compared it to being drunk, while others compared it to music and film footage.
Now, sometimes they try and get too cute. And I really do like the directors and the producers of these games are really in a
class of their own.
Class of their own.
Yeah.
Like Artie Kempner's really, really great, but when you try and get too cute, it's you don't have to do that.
I guess I don't mind innovation, like trying new stuff.
Me neither.
And so if they're going to give it a shot and people widely reject it, I'm all right with that. And the Flyers game the other night, the first game of the season was on ESPN. I prefer NBC Sports Philly. I think their coverage is better. But the game on ESPN, they did something in the third period, which I haven't seen before. John Butchergross, who was doing play-by-play, and Ray Ferraro was down by the ice. They both stopped talking for a good 5 minutes. And they did camera angles that were really close to the ice. So the intent was to make it feel like you were at the game. Okay. And so you could hear all the players, you could hear the referees, you could hear curses that came through a couple of times, and the announcers stopped talking entirely, which I kind of thought was cool. It was a neat approach. I didn't like the camera angles right on top of the ice being really close to the action, because if you've ever been to a game like that, it's hard to pay attention to. It's going so fast.
All right, watching the NLDS, and I didn't watch a whole lot of baseball throughout the season. When did they start miking the umps as closely as they have the plate ump?
That's a great question. I don't know, because it's the best audio I've ever heard behind the plate. There was a moment in Game 4 where Kyle Schwarber popped up, and he just goes. I mean, he just dropped the loudest F-bomb you could possibly hear, and it was because he was right next to the umpire.
But the ump kept going, that's outside.
Yeah.
Inside. He would call it.
My butt hurts.
My butt hurts.
My butt really hurts.
I don't want to squat
I did not
anymore.
wipe well. And when you don't wipe and you can feel like there's like an irritation. I did not wipe well, and my butt hurts.
My butt hurts.
Okay.
Maybe you wiped too hard.
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
Yes. You heard that.
I think they're mic'd up a little bit more for the playoffs than
do you remember?
Because not only that, but you're hearing like the ball hit the mitt.
Yeah.
By the way,
the ball hit the bat.
Years ago, remember they were placing the onus on the networks if an errant F-bomb got to on the mics. Now you're miking people who are screaming it.
That was in after Nipplegate.
After Nipplegate, the Janet Jackson thing.
That stuff started. Yeah, they've backed off that quite a bit.
Do you remember the failed hockey experiment of
I didn't mind that
trailing? I wasn't mad at it.
But now the TVs are so great. Like,
you don't need it.
You don't need it.
To follow the action. They'd put a ring around the puck, and there'd be a trail that the puck would leave as it was sliding across the ice.
Case, I do love the sound when the baseball hits the glove. However, I have to ask you, because somebody just gave me a hard time. You just said mitt, and I said that the other day, and they were like, no, we don't call it that
baseball
anymore.
mitt?
It's a catcher's mitt.
Catcher's mitt.
Yeah,
Okay, well, I was referring to the glove. I guess that, they
everybody else wears a glove. A catcher wears a mitt.
Okay.
But you can say grab your mitt. I mean,
But I feel like
I'm
that's
fine with that.
Like I remember in high school, like the guys calling it that. I think now they don't.
Okay,
like, Jace
so
was
like
no,
you're all right.
No, Mom.
I don't have time to think about this. My butt really hurts. I think I wiped too hard.
Sorry, you're mic'd up there, buddy.
Oh, what?
Listen, people need to just get a grip on the mitt. Relax. Like if I call the soccer keeper a goalie, it's okay. I know it's a keeper, but like
or the pitch instead of the field,
or whatever. It's all right.
Or schedule instead of schedule, or boot to bonnet.
You know what I do love and Press? I think
dick.
As you're with your ASMR in basketball, they have the nets mic'd up, and so when you hear a nice swish.
More so, I like the squeaky shoes.
Oh, really?
Oh, I love that.
Oh, no kidding.
Yes,
What
I
about-
do. But I generally like it live if I'm at the event and like it. I like the sound of the golf swing, but that doesn't activate my ASMR.
They have, though, over the course of years, the miking of golf has gotten so aggressive.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. All right, so anyhow, Case, is that all we have time for? Because we got Yoo-Hoo Luke coming up.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm done noticing. I have more things I could notice at another time.
No, not working.
No, not. Sorry, Mr. Announcer, Noticer guy. No announcer.
I feel so bad.
Yeah.
I wanted to be everything you wanted me to be.
All right, well, listen, I want to take a break because we do want to come back for that. But you know what? Give me some more of those Black Adam passes to give away. I'll take callers 10 and 11. We have a screening tonight to see Black Adam. It's at the UA King of Prussia, Regal UA King of Prussia. Oh, it's Regal. Callers 10, 11, 215-263 WMMR. And, of course, it stars Dwayne The Rock Johnson and will be in theaters on October 21st. We'll come back and we'll get to the B file. And then, yes, $1,000 and Yoo-Hoo Loot, your chance to win. Stay with us. Valentine's Day. You can feel the love in the air. Hopefully you have someone in your life today. If not, that's okay, too.
Yes.
But we love you. Remember that.
Yes.
Just not in that way.
No, but we can
We
for
can.
the right amount of money.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? We had a nice discussion last week about first kisses and how well we remember them and how important they are in your life.
Yeah.
And
You had a great one?
yeah, I had a wonderful.
I had a
one.
great one?
Yeah. And now, some people don't have great first
No.
kisses. In fact, some of them can be disastrous.
I would say whoever kissed Harvey Weinstein.
Probably
dear
a
God.
disastrous
A disaster.
first kiss. Yeah.
And I said mine. I was really, really nervous. And then after I did it, I was like, what the hell was I so nervous about? That was not a big deal.
Yeah.
It does happen, but and maybe that's part of the reason why some people wait so long to have their first kiss: the nervousness or the fear that it's going to go bad, or I don't know. So we started talking about it, and we got responses from people, from adults who have never kissed anyone in their lives. And we said, you know what, we could maybe have a couple people come in, and we can get that first kiss out of the way. Casey, give me some light love music here as we
Five-finger death punch.
that'd be nice, wouldn't it, though? No, there you go. That's perfect. We're going to meet our contestants, find out what they're all about, or who they are and what they're all about. Let's start with a phone call that we received when we initially talked about this on the air. This is Sophie who is here this morning. Hey, Sophie, how you doing?
I'm good.
So you gave us a call, and we had, we were just asking who hadn't ever kissed anybody who happens to be an adult. How old are you, by the way?
I'm 21.
You're 21 years old. All right. And so I assume you've never had a boyfriend then if you've never kissed anybody?
No.
Really? And why do you think that is? Why? Because, you're cute. And,
You are.
Yeah.
You're adorable. Yeah.
I probably just kind of thought like, oh, I'll get around to it later. And then in high school, I was like, oh, I'm going to get around to it later. In college, get around to it later. And
Are you a serious student by any chance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very time consuming, and sometimes it gets away from you.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, and I couldn't help but sort of feel like this is by your choice. Because I feel like at any point, at any time, like you could
You're
probably...
pretty. She's pretty. That's why I say it's not like we have some hideous people in the studio. She's very pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly just busy with school. I don't really have time to do anything.
And then Preston had put out the suggestion when we were talking, and initially when we had that whole conversation. For a lot of people, it is exactly that. Life gets in the way, and you don't have time to do that. So, but it's you didn't impress us as someone who was like, oh my God, this is a disaster. It's like when it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
So and it's going to happen.
Yeah. Have you been longing for it, though? Have you been curious about it?
Yeah, on and off.
Yeah.
Like I'll go through times and be like, maybe soon, and then I'll be like, nah, I'm busy.
Okay. What about nervousness? Does that play into it at all?
A little bit. Like after partway through high school, you're just kind of like, okay, like.
when you hang with your friends, are your friends in a similar situation, or do they have relationships and boyfriends and whatever, girlfriends?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, all right.
So, like I knew somebody who was with a girl who she had kissed people, but she wasn't very well versed in other things, right? And that ended up no, all of it, Steve. I mean, hand, oral, all that sort of stuff. But she was a little bit older, and it really. It played a part in all that sort of, because she was second guessing everything, and she was nervous. She wasn't doing it right, and all that sort of stuff. So I'm sure at a certain point for you, you're like, oh man, I'm well behind the curve here. It's like going into a test that you haven't studied for.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But I figured, get it out of the way. Gotta do it at some point.
Yeah,
Yes, because that's it. Honestly, a lot of it is what you think it is. It's like flying a plane. You could probably fly most major airliners without much coach, right, Preston?
Right, sure.
You've seen movies.
Yeah.
You pull back on the throttle, and there's a couple of dials there.
You just got to go for it.
Practically flies
You can
itself.
practically fly it. John Travolta told us that, Gabby.
Where do you go to school, by the way, Sophie?
Temple.
You go to Temple, and
Yes.
what are you studying?
Physics.
Oh, you are a very
You're
serious person.
perfect.
Okay.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
yeah.
All right, excellent. Well, thank you for sharing your story. And then we're going to meet Brandon, everybody. Brandon, how you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Good. Brandon came dressed for love in his Iron Maiden T-shirt this morning.
Hey, listen, I think it's a perfect match.
Yeah?
What we're about to do.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Who he gets to kiss in just a little bit. How old are you, Brandon?
20 years old.
You're 20 years old. And what do you do? Are you a student as well, or are you a worker?
I went to a vocational school.
Okay.
And took up electric. And I started working my 11th grade summer, and then worked all the way through 12th grade, and then worked in an electric company for like 2-3 years.
So you've been busy.
Yeah.
You got into your career, and that's obviously consumed. Because again, you're a nice-looking guy. You're conversant. We were talking before we came on the air. It's not like you're seriously awkward.
Steve, look how adorable he is.
I want to tweak your. I mean, cheeks like nobody's business.
Look at how
It wouldn't be the first time.
Look at how kind his eyes are. And Kath, look
He's really looking into this.
I know. I'm looking at him, and you look like you're a gentle soul. Have you ever lashed out in anger ever in your entire
Have you
life?
ever killed a kitten?
Have you ever killed a kitten?
I mean, I used to work in construction, so there has been times where you get like
angry.
Yeah, exactly.
It's normal.
Yeah,
but I mean, so you probably channel out your angst through the music you listen to, right?
Exactly.
All right. But I mean, you're. I think in both these cases, both of you just have had very active lives. You've been distracted by that. Do you feel that there's, as Casey described it, you're behind the curve, or do you take Sophie's angle on it that it'll happen when it happens?
Kind of mixture of both.
Okay.
To be honest with you.
All right.
Are you? I asked this, and seriously. So, are you a little embarrassed about the fact that you haven't kissed anybody until?
I'll be honest. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Sophie?
Not really.
No, she doesn't care.
She's a physicist, for Christ's sake.
I know. Well, listen, I totally understand that. I remember at the time when I was younger than you were, but I remember I felt behind the curve because other people had kissed and I had not done it.
The truth of the matter, Preston, as we discuss this, you're one of many, many people who think they're the only one.
Oh, yeah.
And the truth of the matter is you're not.
No, you're in plenty of company.
Yeah.
All right, so here's my question for both of you guys, because and I'm a little nervous now because I have
you're gonna have to kiss me.
No, Steve, I have 2 kids in 7th and 8th grade, and it's like almost this rite of passage around that time where you have kissing parties. I mean, essentially, kids design ways and reasons to like practice this stuff on each other, whether it be through spin the bottle or truth or dare or whatever it is. How did all of that time elude both of you guys?
Well, we go one at a time. Sophie, go ahead.
I guess I just got really lucky during Truth or Dare.
You won every goddamn game.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
Oh my God, you're so adorable.
Yes, you are.
How about you, Brandon?
I've been to a ton of parties, and there's never been any spin the bottle or any games like that.
Not on the construction sites?
No.
No spin the bottle? No spin the rivet?
You act like everybody played that. I never played those games.
No?
No.
No? Okay.
No, to be honest, there were very few of those when I was growing up. Kathy, I'm sure you and I both did the same thing. We went to physics parties.
Well, I didn't fit in there either.
All right, well, you know what? I think we need to get ourselves prepared for this. We've met them. We found out out their stories, and now we got to get them in the proper shape.
Yeah, training is everything.
Yeah, so
as with anything that you want to be good at, you've got to practice.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do is so they're not going into this completely cold.
No.
We brought in some CPR dummies, which is basically it's a torso with a really weird looking face on it. They're both male. I thought we were going to get a male and female, but I guess we got to do what
we are gender fluid, Preston. It's about time you get woke.
Hold on, Marissa, where are those wigs? We have a wig.
Oh, we have a wig to put on
We
one?
have 2 blonde wigs.
Okay, all right. We can just put one on one. Let's go with Sophie first. All right, Sophie, we have Joe. You can leave your headphones on.
Yeah.
Who's going to hold up the dummy? Wow, this is really setting the mood
All right,
here. You know what? Can we have some romantic music from Josh and Hailey while we're doing this? So I think maybe that'll make you feel a little bit better. All right, so you're going to put.
Can we get a profile on this? By the way, there we go.
There you
Thank
go,
you
Joe.
so much.
Okay, so put your hands up around his neck, Sophie.
Yeah.
And you also have to lean your head one way. So that's perfect. She's leaning it to the right. And go in and just give a nice kiss, nice easy kiss.
Aw, she's awesome. Yes.
How did she do? She did great.
How is Sophie? You're awesome.
Yeah.
Her approach was perfect. Her head tilt was perfect.
You're adorable. And you know physics.
The pressure that she applied to the dummy was perfect.
The one thing that I saw, duration was too short.
Oh, okay.
Well,
So
it was
when
a
you go in
dummy.
for the kiss, it's not going to be quick. You need to let it
Preston,
linger just a little bit.
It's an eraser she's kissing.
That's true.
The
That's
next
true.
thing that she kisses will be kissing back.
Yeah.
But I do want her to be ready. So one more time, but just a smidge longer, okay? So she's leaning in, hands on. There you go. She's got his hand. That's better.
Yeah.
All right. Well done.
Better. Is she leaning her head the right way?
She was.
Okay.
And she put her hand on his cheek, too, which is very
tender.
sensual.
Yeah.
This is an unresponsive doll that she's kissing, so obviously it's the head tilt's not there. But bravo, well done.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's try Brandon. Brandon, first stick your first 2 fingers in her mouth.
All right, yeah.
It's
To the side. To the side. Can we get a profile on it? Guys, can we turn profile, please?
All right, there
Thank
you go. All right, hands on her hips, or its hips, and then, okay. He turned his head. He gave that was not bad. A little softer.
What do you want to say to this lifeless piece of plastic?
I love you. All right, so it looks like Brandon's gonna turn his head to the left, which was the opposite of Sophia. So try that one more time, sir. Let's see you do it again. Yeah, same way. However you're comfortable. Okay, he got it done.
Do you like? I don't know.
Here's what I would say. I think he rushed in towards the head a little too fast. I think your approach needs to be a little slower, a little more gentle. And it's going to be a human the next time around, so it'll be a slightly different approach.
Nick,
she's going to give you a bit of guidance, but just come in a little more slowly in your approach.
Nick, I think I can. So you're leaning in, and she's going to speak to you. Okay, start to lean in as you're going to kiss. All right, and she's going to speak to you.
Wow.
Okay, that was Nell, Jodie Foster. He's very attractive.
I love how you guys are so delicate with Sophie, but not with him.
No, by the way, his first kiss was absolutely fine. Just a little bit more, because I think I hate to say this, and this is probably a dumb thing to say. When you're leading in on the kiss, the onus is on you to just be a little bit more,
tender.
Yeah, I know. Listen,
tender. Because you're genuinely a nice, gentle guy, and I think you can rock a kiss.
And in this social climate that we live in today, it looked like the mannequin didn't want that kiss. You know what I mean?
I was reading it completely.
You were
Look
reading
at the
it differently?
mannequin's eyes are completely closed, and in fact, they're sealed over with a fleshy layer of skin.
By the way, and also another suggestion as well is eyes closed.
Yes.
It helps. It just helps with the moment.
Yeah, at that moment, just get lost in the kiss.
Hang on. You have to go in with your eyes open, but the second your lips touch the other lips, then you softly close your eyes. Otherwise, you're going to headbutt your partner.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't have to get up on the turnbuckle and jump on them.
Yeah.
When you're close enough and you know your lips are going to touch, that's when you can close.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go one more time.
One more time, Brandon, if you wouldn't mind, please.
All right,
Eyes closed, lean in. Nice. Better.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm glad we did that.
Yeah.
Damn good.
Well done. Okay, and we're getting this wonderful romantic music from Josh and Hailey here. Okay, so I think we're set with the practice. We've got that out of the way.
Uh-oh.
Now we
Both
need
our
to...
CPR dummies just secured lawyers, Preston.
Oh dear Lord. All right, well, now we need to freshen. Now we need to make sure that they're ready.
Here it is, MMRs. You Who Loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, the word is funds. There's a D in there. I know it's hard to hear that. Not funds. Funds, F-U-N-D-S, as in money, cash, scratch, jack. All right, funds, F-U-N-D-S. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways for you to do it. You can text it the special contest short code number we have set up, which is 45911. Or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. And each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com. Sponsored by Horizon Services. Again, the word is funds. F-U-N-D-S. Good luck to you. We're going to take a look at traffic, see what's going on. Kath, what you got for us?
We've got a lot happening this morning. We'll start on the Blue Road southbound. It's jammed from the Mid-County tolls to the Ridge Pike exit. The left lane is blocked with an accident there. And then on the southbound side, you're slow from Broomall to Media. Schuylkill Expressway eastbound backing up 202 into Belmont. Heavy from City Avenue through to Montgomery. There's an accident. It's just been moved off to the shoulder. Westbound jams Passyunk to South Street, the Boulevard to Belmont, and then from the Blue Road out to Conshohocken. We have delays on the Vine westbound the length 95 to the Schuylkill Expressway. Northeast extension at Lansdale. We've got, this is in the southbound side. We've got debris in the roadway. The right lane, right shoulder are blocked. It's causing some attention here. 422 eastbound jams from Oaks to First Avenue. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound slowing from Willow Grove to Fort Washington. North on 95. Slowing 452 to the Commodore Barry Bridge, and then from the airport to Broad Street, and then southbound from Academy into Bridge. New Jersey Turnpike southbound at Route 73. Right lane construction set up. 55 northbound heavy from Deptford to 42. 295 southbound jams from 561 to 42. There was an accident, but it's been cleared. This traffic report brought to you by Acme. Bring on all the fall flavors with Acme. Explore fresh recipes, discover fall inspiration, slow down, and fall into flavor at acmemarkets.com/fall. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
You want to test out all your effects, Steve? Go ahead. See if they're working.
Test 1, 2. Yeah, that's a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Test 1, 2. Perfect.
Test 1, 2.
And there we go. All right.
Hey, everything works now. It's beautiful. All right, we have to do the bizarre file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to start with a follow-up story. Yesterday I had in our program the story about these 4 guys that went missing out of nowhere. Well, there's a grisly follow-up. And by that, I don't mean a bear. I mean, it's just horrible. 4 Oklahoma men who disappeared after going out on their bicycles last weekend were shot, dismembered, and remains dumped in a river. Police said Monday as they sought a person of interest in the killings.
What the hell?
Yeah, Mark Chastain, Billy Chastain, Mike Sparks, and Alex Stevens had been reported missing to the Okmulgee Police Department last week. The 4 men, whom police described as close friends, were last seen leaving Billy Chastain's house on bicycles pulling trailers around 8 p.m. on October 9th. According to Police Chief Joe Prentice, he said that based on information provided by a witness who was invited to join them, police believe the victims planned to commit some type of criminal act when they left the house. The witness told investigators that the men were planning to, quote, hit a lick big enough for all of them.
Do we know what that means?
What does that mean?
We don't know what it means. They were going to rob something.
and make it profitable for everyone.
Police don't know what the men were planning to do, but during the days-long search for them, investigators were able to trace their movements to a salvage yard and then a local gas station using data from an app on Mark Chastain's wife's phone. After leaving the station, the men visited a second scrapyard where Chastain's phone had turned off. It was on a property next to that second yard where police now believe the violent event occurred, resulting in the deaths of the 4 men. Now, the owner of the 2 salvage yards, identified by police as Joe Kennedy, has been named a person of interest in the killings. Investigators last spoke to him on Friday afternoon when the men's remains were discovered in a nearby river, but not yet positively identified. Prentice said that at the time, that Kennedy appeared to be cooperative and was not antagonistic. He has since been reported missing.
Oh. Yeah.
And maybe experiencing some suicidal thoughts, they said.
This, again, the original report on this story was some friends go out for a bike ride, and here we are with this.
When it was originally reported, just like the 4 friends, and they showed their faces,
right.
It reminded me of that killing in Bucks County. Remember where the guy, they went to buy pot from him or something like that.
And they found like in a silo or something?
He, like, buried them on the farm he lived on.
Yeah. So Prentice said, I don't have any evidence that Mr. Kennedy is a threat to anyone else, but I would use caution. If anyone sees him, please call the local authorities. Now, a few hours later, the police chief said that they had located Kennedy's vehicle, but not Kennedy himself. The blue PT Cruiser had been abandoned behind a business in Morris, Oklahoma, but it was unclear how it got there. A passerby had alerted police to an area of the Deep Fork River southwest of town after noticing suspicious items partially submerged in the water. Authorities identify the objects as human remains and ultimately recovered the bodies of 4 men. Due to the condition of the remains, it wasn't until late Sunday night that the bodies were confirmed to belong to the missing friends. Each victim suffered gunshot wounds, and all 4 bodies were dismembered before being placed in the river.
Brutal.
Earlier this week, Prentice had described the situation as unusual, saying that it was the first time in his career that he had seen 4 men go missing at the same time. On Monday, he said that while he had worked dozens of murders, and seen cases where bodies are dismembered, he said this case involves the highest number of victims. So I'm really curious as to what they think went on.
And I want to find out what they were planning, what the crime was.
Yep.
And then perhaps they pissed off the wrong person.
All right, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, does not exist, Pennsylvania game officials say.
I beg to differ.
For months, signs have been popping up along state trails in Pennsylvania and parks urging residents to report Bigfoot sightings. So the sign, which is on Department of Conservation and Natural Resources letterhead,
yes,
says, due to encounters in the area of a creature resembling Bigfoot, we are instructing all park visitors to observe elevated park etiquette, be cautious of your surroundings, and to keep the location of any small children and pets within a tighter scope of awareness.
Well, you don't want a Bigfoot to get your dog or something.
But this is not legitimate. These signs were not posted by the DCNR, the department spokesperson Wesley Robinson said. We've seen them at parks for months, and they are removed when they are reported or found by staff because they have not been authorized.
You know what, though? It feeds into the legend, these signs.
Officials have seen the signs at many parks, he said, adding that he is unsure how many or where the signs may have been. And then he added, Bigfoot is not real.
You see, I put the signs up myself. It's reverse psychology. They think I don't exist. It all works out. Keep that between us.
A man stole the cremated remains of his ex-girlfriend's mom so he could sell them for heroin.
What? Wait, what?
I know.
Wow, man.
This landed
Who's buying the remains?
him in jail. The ex-girlfriend said she left her home Tuesday to go to a friend's house, and then Wednesday her ex-boyfriend Jackson Rutland
I'm going to go excavate your mother.
called her to tell her that he had taken some of her mom's ashes. And according to an arrest warrant, he planned to sell the ashes to get the heroin.
Is that ashes? Are they big on the black market?
When the victim returned home, she found the rear door had been kicked in. The home had been ransacked. She said her mom's ashes had been tampered with and some had been spread on the floor. Rutland was arrested, booked on charges of destruction, desecration, or removal of human remains, as well as burglary. And the story says it is unclear how he thought he would get enough money for the remains to purchase heroin.
Well, I guess when you're on heroin, you think you will.
Yeah. A massive fist fight involving around 100 people broke out at a French restaurant in Tokyo on Sunday evening. The customers booked out the entirety of a contemporary French restaurant called Sunshine Cruise on the 58th floor of the Sunshine 60 skyscraper. The fight appeared to have involved members of a gang called the Chinese Dragon. The 100 people had gathered to celebrate one of the gang members getting out of prison.
So a gang, the Chinese Dragon, in a Japanese-French restaurant.
Yes. Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
Okay.
Police were notified about the brawl after restaurant staff made an emergency call. Most of the diners involved in the brawl quickly left the premises, and it's unclear how many people remained when the Tokyo police arrived.
They say that James Corden had been spotted there, Preston.
One man who remained at the restaurant was taken to the hospital with a minor head injury. Police said that they found broken beer bottles and glasses at the restaurant and that it's investigating a case of suspected property damage. The department did not immediately respond to insiders' request for comment. The Chinese Dragon Gang maintains links to Japanese crime syndicates, but is not considered an established criminal organization. But they had a massive brawl involving 100 people.
Have you ever wanted to be into, just for the hell of it, one of those saloon fights?
Yes.
Yeah, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
You throw a few
Break
punches.
a bottle on
Yeah,
somebody's head?
exactly.
Yeah.
That'd be the best. All right, there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, so you have 5 minutes left. Actually, now it's down to 4. 4 minutes left to enter the word FUNDS, FUNDS. It's for You Who Loot, and you can text it to 45911, or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. Again, the word is FUNDS, FUNDS. So make sure you do that right now. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment, and I think we are going to find out about how, well, it's just weird.
You'll have to explain it.
It involves avocados.
Yeah,
and I didn't know if this was real or not.
It seems like it's a complete falsehood. It turns out it's real.
Yeah, so
you'll explain.
We'll get to that in a moment when we return. Stay with us. Is fresh, and set and pleasant for everyone.
For the person, and this is good advice for anyone this weekend or today, and in general, when you're with someone, you want to make sure that they know that you cared enough to make sure your breath is fresh.
Yeah. So we're going to start with a little antiseptic, generic CVS mouthwash here.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
all of the good stuff.
Smells lovely. I'm going to give you guys.
It's just as good as Listerine. It's the same ingredients.
It absolutely is.
You're just not paying the same, you know?
So open that up, and we're going to have you gargle. If you can, make the noise when you gargle, so we want to hear all that. By the way, I was always a Scope guy. I always thought I liked that minty flavor of Scope.
I wanted basically, and I was for the longest time until for Listerine, you just get the sensation that you're boraxing out your mouth.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like it's better. All right, gargle.
Very good. So, Sophia almost swallowed it when Casey played the Chewbacca bit. All right. Brandon? Gargle, please. You spit in that.
I started laughing when I heard Chewbacca.
Did you swallow it?
No, I spit it out.
All right. All right, and do you think they need breath mints, or is that good?
Would you guys like a breath mint, or you're fine? I think if you're good, you're good.
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So
are we ready for the?
I think we're ready. Yes, and you know what?
By the way, webcam's on, so if you're listening in at home, you can watch this too.
Oh, we've got this romantic music. It's fantastic. I'm loving it. Okay, so the first one of these two that's going to get their kiss is going to be Sophia. So we're going to bring in our first professional kisser this morning. He's a very good friend of the Preston and Steve show. He's a good-looking guy.
He is a very good-looking guy.
He's had many kisses in his time. Our good friend Kyle McCarty is here with us this morning.
Handsome.
So, Brandon, we're going to have you step away from the microphone a little bit, and we're going to have Kyle step up. And Kyle's a professional singer. He's an amazing videographer and editor as well, and also does a fantastic podcast. What's the name of that show, by the way?
The podcast is called the Tri-Jam Podcast.
And he's a great host and he's one of the nicest guys I've ever met.
Beautiful eyes.
He's got gorgeous eyes.
Thank you so much.
Well groomed, his head shaved.
And
I approve of that.
And he's the guy, just to remind you, I know you probably already know this, but he gave us Kathy's fall activities. He does the jingles. He does the Delco jingle, has sung with the Temptations.
I have.
Yeah, he's amazing. So you're getting a really
thank you.
Quality guy here,
Nice.
Sophia.
Okay.
He's building this up a lot.
I want to. So, do you remember your first kiss?
I do.
And was it a pleasant experience, a memorable experience?
Yes, it's actually, I don't know, it's kind of a hefty story. I got to bridge it if you actually want to hear it.
Sure.
I was actually 19 years old, so kind of a little late bloomer for myself.
Sophie, and listen to this. So here's a guy, again, like as with you, a very good-looking guy, but 19 years old. Okay.
I kind of grew into myself as I progressed through my teenage years.
So you had a lot of hanging foreskin and stuff.
Yes, yes.
Grew into it.
Yeah, I kind of snipped that off and got it.
Okay.
So I had actually met someone online. I was living in New Jersey at the time, and she lived in Washington State.
Wow.
Whoa.
So I wanted to go meet her. I wanted to go. We've been talking for months. So I'm an artist too. I drew a couple of cartoons, sold it to my cousin's auto decal company. So he was making like decals, and he paid me enough money so I could buy a plane ticket. And I went out to Washington State, and that's where I met her. And I had my first kiss.
There was a connection.
Yeah.
There was something that said I need to go see. And,
yes.
And did that blossom into a relationship? Was it or was it just a kiss? And
it blossomed into a very short week-long relationship. And
okay.
Yeah, she kind of cheated on me the day after I left Washington State.
Well, let me ask you this: was at least the initial kiss well worth the trip?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's all you want.
She put a pillow over my face. I didn't even see it.
There you go. Yeah.
All right.
It was nice.
Well, listen, part of the leading up to this is the anticipation, and certainly we've teased you with enough of that. We've been doing 30 minutes about talking, kissing, and now it's time to actually kiss.
Let's get to kissing.
So, did you hear us talking about the type of kiss we want to go for in this first run?
Yes, a little bit.
A screen kiss, a tender lip kiss.
A tender lip kiss.
And then we'll see how that goes, and maybe we'll go for an open mouth kiss.
An open mouth kiss.
Yes.
It can be of some duration. Do you need some Listerine? Are you good?
You know what? Where's that Listerine?
It's right. Well, it was right here.
All right.
Listerine.
Who drank it?
We need some.
All right. Just because it's only proper that both parties be hygienic.
This is true.
Yes.
Okay. And I know you were gargling liver back there.
I was.
And he's actually Kyle's very generous.
He's also yes, he is.
So he wants to make sure that he gives as well as gets.
Yes. All right.
So he's.
Okay. Wow. All right.
Okay.
That was aesthetically pleasing, I'm sure.
He did it over the actual gargle. Okay. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
well, let's have this moment. We're going to bring the music down, and
Do
we're
we
going to
want
have.
the lights down as well, or would that be bad for video?
It might be bad for video.
Okay,
I don't know, Kyle. You're the video guy.
I mean, I'm sure Nick Murphy would rather have the lights on.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, he's
not-
shaking his head.
Yeah, because he likes to watch.
Okay. Sophia, are you ready?
Yep.
All right. Let's do this. Here it comes. All right. They're leaning in. Oh, that was nice.
That's sweet.
Very sweet.
sweet.
Sophia, come over here. How did that feel?
Not bad.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not
Yes.
bad. Did it feel anything like you thought it would?
Vaguely, I guess. Yeah.
Okay,
Not really
all
sure
right.
what I expected.
So you got the first one out of the
Yeah.
way, and I'm going to ask this. And how did you feel? Did you was it you're a kissing machine now? So,
Thanks, yeah.
So how did it feel to you?
It felt nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she
A
has
nice-
nice lips.
Very good.
Encouraging, Sophie.
Sophie, what about the stubble of the mustache and beard and stuff?
Did you feel that?
No, you don't really notice it too much.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Sophie, do you want to try a little bit more passionate kiss on this second one?
Why not?
Okay.
All right, let's go for a couple of seconds here, and then that can go into 1 hour. No, go for a couple.
Kyle, jam your tongue down.
All right. You got
don't
it.
do that.
All right.
A nice, tender, open mouth kiss. Now, this is going to feel totally different.
Okay.
And you just want your tongues to play a little.
Don't even think of us here.
Yeah.
You get lost in that they don't think of the thousands and thousands and thousands of people listening.
Right.
You just have your tongues do a little dance. It's nice and light and easy. You don't want to like that. Just nice movements. Sorry.
I would
Did you
say-
turn on, Kyle?
Yeah, that's so hot.
I would say you have to follow what Kyle is going to do.
Yes, exactly. Remember, this lunatic flew to
Okay.
Washington for a kiss. All right.
All right, let's try this. This is the real. And guys, have Kiss ready to go after this.
All right.
From
We're not even here. We're going to be absolutely quiet. Go for it.
All right, here we go. This is the real deal. They're leaning in, mouths open. Oh, yeah. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. And whenever you're ready.
Oh,
yeah! How about this? Woo! Nice.
Yeah, damn good.
Did that work?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
I got a couple of notes here that I want to just give. If we're doing this like this like a play or something like that. So I'm going to give you some notes. I think the kiss needs to end. The kiss needs to be tapered.
Yes.
All right.
That's the one thing.
On both sides.
He's right.
Right. All right. So I couldn't think of the right word.
So here, you want us to show you?
You don't go in. Yeah. You don't go in mouths open and you don't end mouths open. Right, Preston?
A light kiss to start, then the open mouth kiss, then a light little signature kiss.
Right. So as you're pulling away, it's and because you're lost in each other. So as you're pulling away, a slow kiss, another kiss, and it winds down.
So are we doing this one more time? Is that
we
what you're
got it.
saying?
Yeah. Would you like to try one more time?
Sure.
I love her.
Sophie.
She's awesome.
You're hilarious.
She's awesome. Okay.
All right, Kyle, you cool with one more?
Absolutely.
All right,
Okay.
so a light lip kiss, tongue kiss, lip kiss. All right, you ready?
Okay.
All right. All right, here we go. There's a little kiss.
Slowly.
Now the tongue kiss, and now a little signature kiss on the end.
That was the best.
Wow, nice job. Nice job. That was very special.
So, you apply the laws of physics to. You should absolutely. Honestly, you're great. There's no issue here, and in your own accord, when you feel you're ready, I mean, guys should be beating down the door for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And you can tell them all about Newton's third law and everything.
Yeah, and you're smart. That's even a better turn on.
Kyle, thank you, man. That was
no
very
problem.
cool. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Kyle McCarty.
Yes, what a good man.
Professional kisser. And Sophie is now over that hurdle.
Yeah, and a nice hug.
That's wonderful. All right. Sophie, we're going to switch up. We're going to put Brandon where you are. So let him take your headphones.
Good job, Kyle.
And then we're gonna get this done for him. Same way. And you know what? You get the benefit of going second. You've seen how it's done. We don't really need to coach you because we did all that with Sophie. So you think you're ready to give this a try?
Sure.
Okay.
Remember, you're a good guy. You're a hard worker. You have a pleasant way about you. You're going to kill this. You're going to go great.
All right, we need our professional kisser to come into the studio now. It's yet another worker here. She is a production assistant on the Preston and Steve Show. She's been working with us for a while. And what's wonderful, Valentine's Day is her favorite holiday of the year. This is Mars. Her name is Tamara. And she is going to be your first kiss, Brandon. So good morning, Tamara.
Hey, good morning.
Nice to see you. What do you think about all this?
I think it's really cute.
Yeah.
I'm actually like a little bit nervous.
Are you really?
Yeah.
It's because you have Valentine's Day is your favorite day. You embrace love. You're very much into we've talked about this and vampires and the sexuality and all of that stuff. The romance and the gothic romance involved with that sort of stuff. So this is something that's very important to you. Do you remember your first kiss?
Okay, I really tried to think about this, and I don't remember my first kiss. I had a boyfriend in 6th grade, and maybe we kissed, but like, I don't really remember.
Really?
There's been a lot of people. There's been a lot of people.
All right. Okay. My bad. We're a little different then.
You got to understand, she's so cool, Tamara. She's just a unique individual, and we love her to death. But listen, but you march to the beat of your own drum, which makes you that much more special.
I mean, so we were all surprised to find out that your favorite holiday was Valentine's Day. We assumed it was going to be like Halloween. Tamara drives around with the skeleton in the passenger seat of her car.
Which I just realized that was her maybe like a month or two ago. I said something to Casey, and I'm like, you know she has a skeleton in her front seat, right? Casey was like, yep, drives with it every day.
And she posted a picture last night of her chewing on raw meat. For Valentine's Day.
Don't worry, I brushed my teeth today.
Certainly a unique character. And also, I guarantee you this, Brandon, you will never have anyone in your life from here on out that has a more unique makeup application than she does, and you're getting this for your first kiss. So Tamara has very, very unique eye makeup that she does.
It's really
every
cool,
day.
very precise. And
It has hearts today.
In fact, she did it once to you.
She did.
Yeah.
She did like a corpse face on me.
You're pretty rocking.
Tamara, you want to give out your Instagram account while we're on the air?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my radio account is radio.dmp.
That's not the one I'm talking about.
Oh, my God. Yeah, my modeling and everything else where you can see the raw meat picture. That's, it's ossuary_angel.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Spell that for people.
It's OSSUARY_ANGEL.
And by the way, I had to look up ossuary. I was curious when I saw your screen name, and that means what?
It's a cemetery, but it's like basically a cemetery underground.
So I got this email. I was talking to Steve about it this morning. I'm like, I thought it was a joke. I thought this is somebody trying to pull something over on us.
Right.
And
I liked it.
Yeah, but I'm like, this sounds like a joke. This can't be real.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Apparently, there are millions of avocados that are going to be given away for free. In FDR Park, starting tomorrow.
Why?
So remember, by the way, it was just months ago that we're hearing about cartels smuggling avocados because they're so hard to get. And here we're talking about this massive glut of avocados.
So here's the email I got today. President Stephen family, my name is Victoria. I work for a nonprofit called Sharing Excess. We have something crazy about to go down. We're calling it Avogaddon.
I love it.
Here's the lowdown. There's a massive surplus of avocados in the food industry right now, and literally millions of perfectly great avocados are at risk of going to waste. About 25 semi-trucks full, to be exact. Whoa. You know how that's ridiculous. So we got permission from the city to set up our largest food distribution to date in FDR Park. We're going to distribute free avocados to everyone in Philadelphia. Literally everyone. Individuals, nonprofits, restaurants, anyone you can think of. We want to go on radio stations, news channels, social media, and any and every outlet to let people know. We've cleared our schedules, and our team will be loading cars all day, each day, starting Wednesday afternoon, and we'll go into Thursday and Friday until they're all gone. And it says, holy guacamole.
It is amazing. And avocados are a superfood, are they not?
Yeah.
They're great.
Yeah.
They're good they have the good fats that you want. And I love avocados.
Yeah.
So I told Nick, I'm like, can you reach out and see if this is real or not? And so he got a hold of Evan Ellers, who is with Sharing Access, and he's on the line with us now.
Hey.
Hey, Evan, how you doing? Evan,
hey, how's it going? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, dude, for real, all these avocados. What's the story behind this, please?
Yeah, so it's a crazy time in the world right now, and I know there was just a shortage of avocados, but there is now a surplus of avocados that are coming from South America, basically because of rising food prices, transportation costs, and just supply chain issues. These avocados have been growing, and there's basically not a home for them. So we're doing the best that we can to get them out to people all across Philadelphia to make sure that they don't go to waste.
I love this. So your mission is to make sure that food isn't just gone to waste, just thrown away for no good reason at all.
Exactly. That's why we're called Sharing Excess.
Okay, now avocados ain't cheap, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean they're one of the more expensive vegetables, fruit, whatever you want to call it.
What are they technically?
What is it? Is it a
It's a
vegetable?
fruit, I believe. Yeah, because it's got a pit. So these are you rather than have these go to waste, your organization has found these, and are all 25 tractor trailers going to be at FDR Park?
No, they're not. Just thanks for clarifying. So we'll have 3 truckloads go to FDR Park, and we're distributing other truckloads across to food banks all across the area.
Excellent.
Yes, and that's primarily what we do. We rescue surplus food from grocery stores and wholesalers, and we redistribute that food out to major food banks like Phil Abundance and Share Food programs.
It's amazing. That's amazing.
That is outstanding work. So with the avocados, if I show up with a pickup truck and say fill up the back of it, are you guys going to do that, or is there a limit?
You know, we're going to play it by ear. We're listening to organizations. We're listening to people that are coming up and listening to creative ways of how they're going to make use of these avocados, preferably in a way where you can share free food with others.
Right.
So if you pull up with a pickup truck and you're offering to serve your entire community with free avocados, we're going to give you those avocados.
Okay. All right. And avocados are they're temperamental little things. You got to get them just right, man. They got to be the perfect the ripeness. Or else they will go to waste.
Right.
So you don't want to hoard a whole bunch of them thinking that you're going to, hey, I've got avocados for months. No, it's only there's a window and then they go bad.
Yeah.
So people need to be aware of that. But if you also have, say, Evan, you have somebody who's just, a family and they want to come by and grab 5 or 6, will you give them that in that way? Oh, hang on. How did he end up on hold again? All right. I'm sorry, Evan. I don't know what happened there. So I couldn't hear you. So, yeah, if somebody just wants to come in and get a handful of them, will you hand them out that way, too?
Absolutely. We'll have boxes that are open where folks can just take individual avocados as well.
Okay.
So Sharing Access, you are the creator of this, and are you currently a Drexel student or former Drexel student?
I'm a former Drexel student. I graduated in 2019.
Okay, and so this is something that there have been organizations that do similar things to this. I love this concept. We all do. You see a lot of stuff. Now, obviously, things have been very wonky over the past couple of years, with everybody trying to, the classic word is pivot and get everything done. But what spurred you on to this? You just did you yourself work in the restaurant industry, or how did you come to pull this together?
Yeah, so I really kind of stumbled upon this life and career unexpectedly in college. I basically had about $1 left in my dining account at the end of my 3rd year at Drexel, and I knew I wouldn't be able to use all of those meal swipes before the end of the term. So I made a spur-of-the-moment decision to swipe out all those meals, put them in the back of my car, and then drive to Center City and give them out. And that day changed my life forever, and that's what inspired me to start Sharing Access.
Well, obviously, we do the Camp Out for Hunger, all predicated on the same thing with Phil Abundance and doing that. The most essential thing is this. What other things are you currently taking on? Is there anything that rises to the level of excess that you currently have with this avocado situation?
Yes, actually, we work out of the Philadelphia wholesale produce market, and we rescue and redistribute about 200,000 pounds of food every week. This is an incredible location located down in Southwest Philadelphia, where there are some of the most generous produce vendors that you could ever imagine that regularly donate their surplus produce to organizations like us, which then gets out into the hands of community members through regular distributions, but on a smaller scale than Avogeddon.
Evan, so with all bad news that you hear, this literally makes me so happy to hear that on every level you have very generous people rising to the challenge. And honestly, Preston's not kidding. He was reading this email today going, this has got to be a joke.
It seemed like the perfect thing that would be goofy enough where that somebody could prank a radio stations and we go on the air and say there's this avocado free-for-all, come and get all you want. And then all of a sudden you show up and nobody's there. But this is going to be at FDR Park, and so it starts tomorrow?
Yes, it starts tomorrow. We'll be getting there early in the morning to unload the trucks. Hopefully everything goes well with the trucks showing up on time and us being able to unload those trucks. Then the gates will open for folks to be able to come in at 12 o'clock to begin getting avocados. And we'll have sort of a drive-through system where we'll be able to serve a lot of cars at once and just load up directly into the trunk or back seat.
Wow. Do you guys need some help? Do you need volunteers?
Oh, absolutely. We were not prepared for this. Basically, this just came out of nowhere for us to find out about it. So we haven't had a lot of time to get a lot of volunteers together. So if folks that are listening are interested in volunteering, please, we do encourage people to show up and help us during those 3 days.
How do they get in touch with you, Evan?
The best way to get in touch is to just go on sharingexcess.com and go to our contact form and just say, hey, Evan, I'm interested in helping out. Or you can check us out on our Instagram. We just posted about this. You can send us a DM or comment on the post, whatever works best.
We have to keep, you're now in our in our sights.
You've gotten our attention.
And this can be a very wonderful symbiotic relationship because it's all going to a greater good.
Absolutely. It would be our honor. We love you guys. Thank you so much for helping us spread the word about free food. This is what we do, and we really want to bring attention to the fact that 40% of the food that's produced in the United States goes to waste, while 40 million Americans still experience food insecurity.
And Evan, and now I just want guacamole. I'm like, I'm hungry.
Right. Can you help with that?
It is so good. I love avocados.
A couple of metric tons of guacamole.
Exactly. It's perfect. It's Guactober.
Guactober.
Did you guys get in touch with Elvez, by the way? I think that they would take a whole lot of these. They make some amazing guacamole.
I love Elvez. Absolutely. No, we're looking for every organization, every person to come down. So definitely we will be reaching out for people to come.
All right. Awesome.
Awesome. Well, good luck. You've got a few busy days ahead of you, but I think we can probably get some people down there to help you out as well. So I would imagine people are going to check out sharingexcess.com. To get on board. But great work, noble work that you do, Evan. Congratulations on the success and good luck over the next few days.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate this, and have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too. Evan Ellers, guys.
How inspirational is that?
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Young man doing this stuff that's, and the numbers he was peeling off, there's just stuff that's going wasted.
And thank you to Victoria, who reached out, who's with Sharing Access. She's the operations director. She sent the email, but I literally thought that was a joke. I thought for sure. Because avocados, like I said, they're expensive.
We just reported on this dearth of avocados globally, and now we're in a surplus situation.
That's so cool.
Hey, can I come in late tomorrow so I can go get some avocados?
Listen.
Or
you've got our blessing.
Yeah.
I'll bring you guys some.
I'll bet you that's going to get out of control.
Yeah.
I bet you there's going to be tons of people in line.
I
think so.
They need people to help, so if you're interested.
I mean, I don't mean out of control in a bad way. I just think it's going to be
a lot of people responding.
A lot of people. I would. I
would too if it wasn't in the city.
I know it's a little far from me, but and if I definitely needed some, I would go get it.
I mean, here's the deal. I would also put this site. Make sure you're aware of this site. Bookmark this site because if they have other opportunities like this, if you're trying to make ends meet and trying to stretch that paycheck to put food on your table, as you know, we tell people with with full abundance, this is something that could be a useful tool for you.
Yeah, and I hate seeing food go to waste.
Absolutely.
So that'd be cool. And listen, I feel terrible. We waste a fair amount of food at home because we'll make large portions and then set it in the fridge for leftovers.
Yeah.
And then it'll sit there. And I'm like, I just feel terrible when I have to throw something away.
Yeah.
I try to eat as much of it as I can, but it just happens. So to see this much excess available, I'm glad they're doing something about it. I think it's really, really cool. I'm excited for you guys because you're about to taste the greatest pickles ever made. I would like to welcome to our studio Nikki from the Fishbound Pickle Project.
Good morning, guys.
How you doing, Nikki?
I'm doing great. How are you all?
Wonderful.
Thanks for having me.
You can't even imagine. Listen, I've seen Preston meet with dignitaries. I've seen Preston in all sorts of situations. I've never seen him as energized and enthusiastic about anything as I have what he says is the greatest pickle ever made.
I think.
It is an honor, really. Thank you, Preston. Yeah, we are just here doing what we love. So to have some fans amongst you all is just incredible.
So Nikki and Mike, her husband, are the creators of Fishbound Pickle Project, and they came under the radar by I saw a press release where they were doing an event called the Feast of the Seven Pickles, which I'm like, that sounds awesome. And it was around the holidays, right before COVID hit, or right around COVID, and it was going to be a 7 dishes that featured pickled elements to it. And they had these different restaurants and chefs that were involved. And I'm like, I gotta go. And so we booked. My son Carter, who's the other pickle fanatic in my family, we were going to go. It got canceled, unfortunately. But they sent over some pickles, and I'm like, okay, this is next level pickle for me. Or it's just what I prefer, the type of pickle I prefer.
It's rare that I encounter someone who doesn't get pickles. Like, pickles are awesome. And then we've known that pickles now have an application also as being the bread in a sandwich sometimes, or all these other applications. And I told you, like in junior high, often my lunch was a pickle and iced tea.
Yeah.
So, but what about these carries it to the next level for you?
Well, okay, so the flavor's fantastic.
Yeah.
What I really loved was the texture of the pickle
Nice
itself.
crunch.
The crunch, it had just the right amount of crunch and tenderness, because sometimes it can be too crunchy and sometimes it can be too tender.
It does matter.
And I loved it. And plus, it had a garlicky zest, the garlic zest pickles. I'm just like this. I was like, oh my God. I loved it. I loved every bit of it. It gave me the right amount of tang and the right amount of sweetness. And there's a little bit of sweetness in these, by the way.
All right, I see jars over there.
Yeah,
We're going to try them in just a second.
It's pretty wild how much you and Carter love pickles and how much Parker hates.
Rochelle doesn't like them either.
That's
and
so
Caroline doesn't
funny.
even care for them. It's Carter and I we're the pickle people.
Are pickles like love or hate thing? Like, I love them.
I feel like
I can't imagine.
Nick, where do you stand on pickles? You're down on
And listen, I'm excited for your excitement. They're not for me. I mean, I'm with your son Parker on this, and your wife. I just don't like them. I've tried them, and I don't care.
What
for
about
them.
I
that
see
song
an
in Funny Girl?
opportunity here.
What's that now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
would you taste it, Nick? Or you
I'll
like
taste anything.
Yeah.
well, that's the wrong person to
pickles
ask.
we've learned that pickles can be very polarizing. However, if you add the right amount of flavors, they can convert people. And good taste, Preston, because that zesty sweet garlic, that was the flavor that got us in business, and that is the flavor that continues to convert
So
people.
people aren't aware that there are a multitude of pickle flavors, and they just have possibly not been introduced to the right pickle.
There you go. Yeah, and the zesty sweet garlic that we offer is very unique. It's got sweet, it's got tang. I always compare it, like the flavor profile, to sweet and sour chicken. It just has a lot of complexity, and it might not be the typical pickle that most people are associated with.
So I've collabed with Nikki and Mike, and
look at
we
you.
have Preston's Picks, which is short for pickles.
Right.
And they're selling them now, and a portion of the proceeds are going to go to Camp Out for
Which we love.
So
Nice. We love.
I don't make a penny from this other than just having the honor of having my name on a jar of pickles.
Now, quit your yapping and let's get to sucking on some pickles.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to hand these out.
Yeah, and I'll tell you
And-
guys a little bit about them, too, because this one was inspired. Preston says he didn't do anything, but this was Preston's idea. He wanted to use the zesty sweet garlic base, similar flavor profiles, but also add banana peppers to it for a little bit of the zesty hoagie style kick. So that's what we've got here. And this really is Preston's creation.
All right, and I want you guys to go ahead and try.
Which one one do I try? The spear?
They're all the same.
Oh, they're all the
It's
same.
in the same. I would do the spear. I think you get a better idea
God.
for the crunchiness.
I'm not kidding.
Right?
It's delicious.
Right?
And I'm a pickle guy.
Aren't these phenomenal?
Yeah, there's a little sweet to it.
Mm-hmm.
And the zest, I
We use apple cider vinegar, rice wine vinegar, turmeric to warm it up. Obviously, lots of garlic in there. So, like I said, this is truly the pickle for people who think that they don't like pickles because it's not typical. I'm looking at you now.
he took a bite and it's set aside.
All right.
It's some people love pickles.
Fair enough. A for effort. I'm proud of you.
Do you not like vinegar in general?
I'm all right with it, I guess. But like to me, pickles on a sandwich are like mayonnaise on a sandwich. It makes me sad to dislike them as much as you like them because I see the joy in your face and I just don't share it with you at all.
By the way, if you have this with like a burger or something, or always remember Chops over here? Mm-hmm. They used to bring you a pickle plate.
Yeah, they would have pickled tomatoes, green tomatoes, and things like that. Do you guys ever branch out to stuff like that?
We do, and yeah, you're going to see more of that coming into the winter. So as the farm, and I heard all about avocaddon, and I'm starting to brainstorm here. I'm wondering, so
you can pickle avocados.
Hey, why not try it? It's a beautiful thing to have fun in our pickle kitchen.
I kid you not, Preston. These are excellent pickles.
Aren't they great?
They are good.
And how do you get them again?
Yeah, so these are available online today on our website, fishtownpickles.com. They will be popping up at select retailers in the next week or two as well. And we'll be running these. We're going to be making so many more through the whole Camp Out for Hunger campaign.
Excellent. By the way, I noticed something that Casey does when he eats his pickles.
Oh, no, what?
He scrapes the seeds off with his teeth first.
Yeah, not always. But like the first bite.
See, look,
yeah.
he created a little boat there.
Yeah, I like that. And because I like to crunch too. Okay. So when you do that, you get just crunch.
By the way, pickles calorically are nominal.
You just have sodium to worry about in there. But Case, what do you think?
Yeah.
You like them?
I approve.
All right, very good.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. You're getting your vegetables in bright and early in the morning, so accomplished.
How many
I was
jars
there.
did you bring?
I went to the facilities and saw how they make them and everything, and got to help out. I put the labels on a bunch of the jars.
So you call like a cheesemonger. What do you call a pickle technician? A
pickle prospector.
Pickle prospector.
There you go.
All right.
No, I don't know. I have no idea. Pickle chef, I guess.
Yeah, pickle people.
Pickle people.
That's what we get called out in Fishtown all the time. Oh, you're the pickle people. I'm like, oh, okay.
By the way, they got started by offering up their pickles as favors at their wedding.
Yes.
Really?
They
Yeah.
handed those out to people, to friends. They made a batch.
Oh my God, I love that.
And then the
handed
people
them out.
that worked the wedding were like, how do we get more? We're like, oh, really? And then actually, coincidentally, Pickledelphia, which you guys have discussed here before, was happening a couple months later. And being two crazy newlyweds, we signed up. And then we had interest from brokers and retailers. We're like, okay.
That's great.
Yeah, but it wasn't until March of 2020 when Mike was furloughed from his job that we're like, all right, we are going to be pickle people.
You turned it around. No, congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're having fun.
So if people want to get these, and portion of the proceeds goes to Camp Out for Hunger to help support that, what's the best way to get Fishtown pickles? Preston's Picks.
Fishtownpickles.com. We just upped the stock yesterday afternoon, so there's plenty up there. And then follow us on. We do ship.
Right.
Yep. So order on our online store for shipping. Follow us on Instagram or Facebook to see what retailers are picking it up. So we are wholesaling it, and we're also selling it at farmers markets. We're blasting these babies, and we're excited to raise money for Phil Abundance.
Love it.
And these are the kind that they'll come refriferated, so they're not quote unquote shelf stable.
Shriveled pickles.
So you gotta
The
get
better
them.
pickle.
Yeah, they're better.
I always do think they're better. What's the difference?
You want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. So
It's love.
Well, it is love, but shelf-stable pickles, they go through that canning process, and the heat application causes the crunch to kind of go away, and then you need to add some things to help retain the crunch or add more flavor because it's a cucumber, right? You wouldn't normally cook cucumber. So we've always, in the very beginning, we felt some pressure to go shelf-stable, and then we said, why?
Well, that's why, and I'll mention a big pickle product, Clausen's. When you see those in the refrigerated, but yet you bite into that, you're like, this is crunchy, as opposed to the other ones that have been sitting on the shelf and not in the refrigerated section, and that's why, because they get heated up and they kind of get blanched, which is like lightly boiled, and it softens them up a little bit.
All right, so then let me ask you, because I do love a nice fresh pickle like this, an artisan pickle. what are your thoughts on the Vlasic Zesty Spears?
Yeah, so that used to be. I was never a picky pickle person. I was similar to Steve, I guess, in saying that like I have a very nostalgic relationship to all pickles. I loved them all, didn't hate on it. But
you have memories of you and the pickle at the malt shop, the whole thing.
Oh, totally. I mean, Dad would ask for a snack, and I'd be like, "Here you go, Ritz cracker, Kraft cheese, pickle. There it is, Dad. I made you something."
Right.
But now once you get the refrigerator pickles, there is literally no turning back. So we don't purchase. We personally, I'm not hating. We personally don't purchase shelf stable pickles, but we're down for any and all refrigerator pickles.
Love it.
Yeah.
So thank you, Nikki, and I appreciate it. I'm excited for people to try my pickles.
I want another one, please.
I don't want Nick's pickle to go to waste, so I will eat the rest of your pickle.
There you go.
In the spirit
Right move.
of the avocado.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a day I never thought we'd see.
I mean, Casey eating Nick's pickle?
No, just Nick not eating.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Well,
Hang on a second.
I just don't like pickles.
That's me.
What the hell was that? Hang on.
I just don't like pickles.
Kids in the Hall. Do you remember that episode? You're just gonna have to see. He just starts like sucking on the pickle and.
We stop and think about this. If people say, "How do you get a #1 morning radio show?" Do an avocado and pickle segment.
That's what you do.
Yeah, and that's what you do.
It's all the rage. You look down the road and you see where the big trends are headed.
And we saw the writing on the wall.
And you jump on them.
All roads lead to food, right?
That's right.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, Nikki.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Preston. Thank you, Marissa. Thank you, everybody.
Fishtown Pickle Project. And let me know if the Feast of the Seven Pickles.
The Feast of the Seven Pickles is happening again this year. Stay tuned. We'll be announcing info in the next month or so.
Awesome. Excellent. And there's supposed to be another Pickledelphia happening, and I will be all over that because that was a great event. We had a good time. Carter and I, of course, went, and so when that comes up, we'll be ready to go again. All right. With that,
we have a mouthful of pickle.
I know. And now we've done all food, and I don't have any other food things to follow up on that with.
No?
But we could take a break.
Want to talk about abortion?
Come back. No.
Oh, no.
Dear God.
I mean, not really.
Okay.
But although demand for vasectomies has quadrupled in the United States following the overturn of Roe
Did you say
v.
drippled on purpose?
No, I didn't. Did I say drippled?
You said quadrupled.
Since the procedure, I'm quadrupling.
Quadrupled.
Close enough.
Semen.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Has quadrupled in the United
Can I talk to you
States.
for a minute?
Following the overturn of Roe v. Wade. Google Trend data shows surgeries in interest in vasectomies in May and June. And the average patient undergoing the procedure is around 40 and already has children. Although some doctors are seeing more outlier cases as well.
So let me ask you, since you guys, when you had your procedures, has the technology it was just a couple of years ago, has it gotten any?
I don't think it's gotten any better.
I mean, it was fine, right? You had no issues.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. No, mine was pretty seamless. But my buddy Steve, his nuts swelled up to, he said, like a coconut.
Really?
To like that size.
Wow.
Did he take pictures?
You know what? I think he did.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's listening. Send us a picture.
Yeah.
Steve, if you're listening, send me a picture of your coconuts.
But for the most part,
yeah,
a little discomfort, but otherwise all done.
Easy. I thought it was real simple, and I got knocked out for mine. I did not want to be aware of what was happening, even though I knew I wouldn't feel anything. Although you do feel a tugging, right?
You
Case?
feel it's weird because it's in your nether regions, but like I felt the pressure in my stomach.
Yes,
and I was warned about that because I was awake the whole time, and we were just having a conversation about my taint tattoo. And
best way to a man's penis is through his stomach.
It's through his stomach.
Did they use a scalpel? Do you know?
I assume so.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because I just
or do
looked
they
up.
use orthoscopic?
Well, I just looked up and it says that the procedure has evolved and that they are not using scalpels anymore.
Well, if they use like what they did when I had the prostatectomy in 2014, the Da Vinci machine, I mean, they can do this precision sort of thing where it's, I mean, and the recuperation time is just amazingly quick.
Steve, you said something yesterday that I think it was yesterday that threw me off a little bit, and it was that you no longer produce semen.
Yes,
but you still have your testicles.
Yes. I now just produce Broadway musicals.
Wait, you didn't know that?
No, I knew that. I knew that you had the prostatectomy, and I knew about the Broadway musicals.
They took out the seminal, what they call the seminal vesicles, I believe is what's referred to, the semen producers.
I see. So I knew that there was no fluid.
Yeah. Right.
But I knew about the musicals.
So now I produce Broadway musicals. What happens is that I do feel, in other words,
sensations the same.
I'm on the pitcher's mound,
right,
and I feel everything,
right.
But there's no fuss, no muss.
Wait, so is
you
it,
throw the pitch, but there's no ball.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Is it weird?
Initially, it is, but now it's the new norm.
Okay.
It's all the rage that they're more. Yeah, no, it's so guys who are afraid about prostatectomies or things of that nature. No, it's what is referred to as a dry orgasm.
I thought the snip was fine.
Yeah,
it was seamless. You know, and you're done. You're in and out.
And you are producing a substance.
Yeah, and I figured
it's just
like
not.
You know, some guys like doing it before March Madness or whatever,
Right.
you know, and they'd like taking a few days off. But to me, it was just like a day or two of recovery, and then you're just sort of back to normal. You have to be careful, of course, because
that's right. You all had them.
Yeah, you can still fire missiles, but you just got to be careful in the meantime.
Right.
Okay.
The pattern.
Yes.
There you go. Steve produces Broadway musicals.
Right.
And I successfully segued from our abortion chat
into pickles.
With a suggestion from pickles to abortion. We kind of took a bridge to get to vasectomies. All right, I think we need to take a break.
Yeah.
A reminder that today is Tattoo Tuesday. We have your chance to win a Preston and Steve show themed tattoo from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. So text the word tattoo to 39333, and you just might win before the end of the program. I am going to give away the last pair of passes for a screening of Black Adam tonight with Dwayne Johnson. So we'll take call number 7 at 215-263-WMMR, and it will be showing tonight at 7. It'll be at the Regal UA King of Prussia, and it is going to be out in theaters October 21st. So, yeah, we'll take call number 7. You'll be able to go to the movie tonight. 215-263-WMMR. We'll be back in a moment. Don't forget Yoo-Hoo Loot coming up again a little bit over an hour from now. We want you to win that money, so stay with us. That was a different one. This one
is this a better article?
This is a better article, and it is essentially a quick way that you can do a mental health check.
All right.
So this is a way that you can find out where you are.
And use the healing powers of alcohol to help you through it?
Of course. Didn't we all learn that that's the key to it all?
Yes.
No, but...
Okay, so let's hear it. So you can do sort of a diagnostic.
Yes.
And see where you fall, how you're holding up. Because I think more people would be amazed to find out that they're actually doing better than they think they are.
All right, so yeah, do I still find joy in the things that once brought me joy? So that's a question.
Okay.
Am I being irritable or snapping at people?
Yeah, sometimes I know why that's happening to me, though. And it's usually
that time of the month.
No, it's usually hunger. Yeah.
You get hangry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You're prone to hangry?
I'm prone to hangry.
He's like a 5-year-old that needs his snacks.
No, I'm like a human being, Kathy. I'm like a human being.
He gets fussy.
No, my wife is the same.
Yeah.
And she admits it.
Yeah, me too.
She admits it. If she gets pangs of hunger, it'll manifest.
Here's the other thing. My son, and I've had to say to him time and time again when I'm eating, because he's affectionate with me, right?
Right.
And the hugging and all that stuff.
Right.
But I'm like, dude, when I'm eating, don't touch me.
Yeah.
Don't touch me at all. And like, because we sit next to each other. We sit next to each other at the dinner table, and he thinks it's like huggy, like wrestle time. And I'm like, dude,
I don't love you. I don't love you.
Not right now.
Right now, I don't love you.
I don't even want to know you.
Kathy, do you remember the time? I was just curious what Casey's little protein bar tasted like.
Can I take a bite of that? No.
No, I said just tear off a
Just
itty bitty little crumb for me. And
He said, "This is all I get. I'm not sharing it with you."
He just goes, I can't do that, man.
I offered you a full one. I offered you a full bar.
Not that day.
That day.
Case?
I have a box of them.
I support that. Because
Yeah.
a lot of times, if we go out to like, and I've done it, I love my wife dearly, as you know, I'll just have some of yours. No, I'm going to get you a whole order of it.
I don't like sharing my food.
No,
If this turns into a daily rush, I'm showing the camera the size of this tiny little bar, this tiny little 200-calorie bar that I allow myself for breakfast every day. He wanted to take a bite of that. I offered him a full one instead, and he said no, and then I said no too. Don't turn this into a.
I get it.
He just wanted, you wanted like a tiny little break of it. Like not even a bite, like a quarter of a bite.
Which would have been.
The answer still no.
A morsel, I know.
That would have been, what, Case, 20 calories if you're allotted 200?
But listen, I'm very covetous of my own food.
You're like me.
I
right?
don't want. I like put my arms around the plate. I'm like, go get your own. You know? I totally commiserate with that.
I'll buy you anything. If you want to taste it, I have this and you'd like to try some, I'll get you. So especially if you're looking forward to it. Sometimes I'll okay, have a little bit. But for the most part, no.
My buddy Jeff, when we go out to dinner, we'll ask for bites of my dinner.
No,
all the time.
No, that is not okay ever, unless it is your husband or wife or significant other that you share other things with. You should not be sharing your food with people, even before the pandemic.
Kathy, he has food envy. He has food regret.
No.
Right? He'll order something and then.
I wish I got
and
that.
then he'll go, oh man, I should have got the gnocchi instead.
You tell him you go straight to hell. And I help people with their ordering. I always say this. Here's my system. Claire will ask me, my wife will ask me, what should I get? All right, assessment, hunger level between 1 and 5, 5 being the most.
Right.
I'm very hungry. Then go with something you know you like. Okay, hunger level, 2.5. You can be adventurous.
Right.
You're not going to get burned. But you know you're going to regret it if you're really hungry and you get something that sucks.
Kathy's motivation, though, is different than about not allowing someone to take some from their plate.
Germs.
It's a
Hers
gross
is a
factor.
germ thing.
Yeah,
But it's weird. Why would you ask for a bite of my food?
But you could,
frig out of here.
You could cut it off and put it on their plate, and no germs have been transferred.
Buy one of these yourself.
Why? You ordered what you ordered. I'm not asking for a bite of your food.
I win. I pay. Yeah, I bought food I actually want.
Yeah, serious.
Marissa, what's your take on this? Because you were shaking your head as well or something.
She shares all the time. I share with a whole table of people.
I hate all of you guys.
Table
we can't be
pancakes.
friends. Yeah, we can't be friends. I literally, when I go out to dinner with my friends, the first thing we say is, so are we sharing? Are we getting picky?
Preston, don't you remember the table pancakes?
Yeah, I remember talking about it. No, I'm the same way. We'll buy. Let's just buy a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
We'll just,
If you do that, if that's the agreement at the beginning of the meal, absolutely. If you're going like tapas style, and that's part of the deal.
And you're just going out for like appetizers.
Yes, but
Not everybody's getting. But if everyone gets their own meal, I'm not going to be like, Marissa, can I taste your vegan whatever you're eating?
Literally, every meal we go to, everybody's sharing everything.
Okay.
No.
I'm on board with that. I like
If you've ordered an entree, I'm with Kathy 1,000%.
All right, back to mental health. We took a little journey there for a moment. Am I being irritable or snapping at people? That's a question to ask yourself.
Check.
And Casey does, yes. Check. All right, this is a cool thing from the Just Saying Institute.
Just saying.
And this is about medical advancements, and this is encouraging. Now, there's going to be a long way to go, but German researchers have enabled mice that are paralyzed after spinal cord injuries to be able to walk again.
I mean, oh my God.
Reestablishing a neural link hitherto considered irreparable in mammals by using a designer protein injected into the brain. You know the ramifications of that?
Yeah, it's going to destroy the mouse wheelchair industry.
People may lose their job. Listen, people are going to be able to walk.
It's going to be cataclysmic.
Mice are going to be able to walk again. Let's keep our eye on the ball here. Now listen to this. Spinal cord injuries in humans, often caused by sports or traffic accidents, leave them paralyzed because not all the nerve fibers that carry information between muscles and the brain are able to grow back. But the researchers from Ruhr University Bochum managed to stimulate the paralyzed mice nerve cells to regenerate using a designer protein.
Dr. Turdballs is very encouraged.
Right. Which is pretty wild. So when I thought I had ALS, I was having these muscle spasms, are called fasciculations, and it really scared me. And so I went to a couple of neurologists, and one of them explained to me the way nerve cells work. And I may be a little bit off base on this, but for the most part, the nerve is a single cell. It's one thing.
Yeah.
And once you lose that, there's no way to regrow those. That's the thing. You can't regrow nerves. And so that therein why those, when you have nerve problems, that's how final it is usually. You know.
Yeah. This has been the holy grail. This has been the thing. Now we have things that are prophylactic, or I should say, a separate. Like exoskeletons, mobile exoskeletons that could allow people to walk with these, like a war machine. To
at least have some ability.
But if you could regain, and if you can regain that ability to walk, then as you get older, or people who have just natural deterioration, I assume you'd be able to refresh that ability as well. So people have balance issues.
The main doctor, Dr. Turdball, was it? Said with a relatively small intervention, we stimulate a very large number of nerves to regenerate, and that is ultimately the reason why the mice can walk again. The paralyzed rodents that received the treatment started walking after 2 to 3 weeks.
That's amazing.
The treatment involves injecting carriers of genetic information into the brain to produce the protein called hyperinterleukin.
Mouse-walkatosis.
They're going to have to change that when they get the humans, though, right?
Hyperinterleukin
globin.
Interleukin gluten galbin 6.
Yes.
The team is investigating if the treatment can be improved, and he said that we also have to see if our methods work on larger mammals.
Right.
We would think of
like
pigs,
whales,
dogs, or primates, for example. And then if it works, we would have to make sure that the therapy is safe for humans too. But that will take many, many years. So probably not in our lifetime.
But never say never.
Yeah.
That's what James Bond taught us. And I think that this is... with a lot of times people will, everything starts a geometric progression. I mean, knowledge fires off additional knowledge. Everything goes out in waves. So I think this can increase exponentially. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at something, these things come and people say, I never thought we'd get there. I'm always amazed, like when they said, travel at the speed of light.
Yeah.
Never be achieved. And it still seems like impossible. However, they're starting to do things where they're sending particles at the speed of light. So, we'll see. You never know.
Yeah.
We're also going to have a bunch of really, athletic mice.
Right. I thought that was pretty great news.
That is good news.
So,
every baby steps or mouse steps.
Mouse steps, if you will. Speaking of challenges, of online challenges, there was one, Steve. It's called the Skull Breaker Challenge.
Oh, this dumb thing.
Yeah, I saw this a few weeks ago. There was a video somebody had posted a clip of these two girls doing it to.
It's all over TikTok, yeah.
Yeah, but this was a couple of weeks ago. That supposedly, and the story was the girl was like special needs, and they were bullying her, and but anyway, so that turned me off to it immediately. But yeah, anything that talks about breaking your skull and a challenge, I may want to pass on. But you've seen what this is?
No, I only saw the. That there's like a big up in arms about this.
Yeah, so it's 3 people. 2 people are in on it, 1 person isn't. So you stand side by side, you're facing a camera, and the idea is the 2 people on the outside jump up in the air, and then after they jump, the person in the middle jumps by themselves up. And I guess they tell them, they give them some kind of setup to make them do it. And as the person in the middle jumps up, the other 2 knock their feet out from underneath the person in the middle. And I mean,
like why?
Face plant. I mean, we're talking.
That's not cool.
Broken neck, broken, nose, whatever. Really nasty falls that can happen. And that's apparently a thing right now.
Oh man,
a local kid got injured having this happen.
Well, and skulls have been cracked. Yeah. So that's part of the deal. And I mean, you're doing it on concrete and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I'm honestly sick of these goddamn things with eating Tide and all this stuff. And it's like. Come on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you guys seen the invisible string trick? That one?
Describe it.
All right. Okay. So I wasn't sure if you've seen it.
No, I have not.
No, you take somebody, you sit them down in front of you, and you act like you have a string.
Oh, I have seen it. Yep. Okay.
It's a little bit funny, right?
It's
Okay.
kind of funny, yeah.
All right.
So go ahead and finish describing how this works.
So you walk up and you say, all right, I'm holding the string, and you act like you're putting the string into their ear and then pulling it out the other side, and then you ask them to hold one side of the string.
It's a joke. They don't think there's really a string there. It's just play along, follow me, do this for me.
All right, so you're holding one side of the string. I'm holding the other side of the string. Okay, now yank that side of the string really hard. And so when they yank it really hard, your hand slaps them across the face because it's holding onto the other side of the string.
Yeah.
So
it's similar to that is funny, but you're not gonna smash someone. There's one that involves also with the AFV has videos of it constantly with trying to catch the dollar or the card against the wall with their forehead. You've seen that.
Yes. My son tried to do the string one to me.
Right.
And I go, I've already seen it. And then he's like, no, you got to do it. I go, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen, and then
it's so bad for you to do it.
Oh, so guess what he did? He just slapped me across the face.
Why not just cut out the whole act?
Just
and do
punch
that
you in the face.
Or hey, you want to see something? Whap.
I've tied an invisible string to the end of this baseball bat, and I'm going to put it through your ear. So yank on it hard.
I saw this other one. A mother's been filmed letting her teenage son slap her breasts to the tune of a song as part of a TikTok challenge.
What?
Uh-huh.
No. No.
Aiden Ridings, who is 17, filmed the video and uploaded it last week in a strange attempt to gain more followers. The 8-second video starts with the two standing opposite each other as the 2008 hit Undercover Martin by Two Door Cinema Club plays. The teenager dances to the tune before hitting one breast after the other in quick succession in time with the beat. This is his mom, mind
His
you.
mom?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
this isn't okay.
No. You did
This is not okay.
You wouldn't let Jace do that, Kathy?
And the mom let him do that.
Yeah.
Let Jace do it to the baby shark.
So let's see here. What does it say? He said both he and his mother were happy with the video and they found it amusing. So is this a challenge? Thank you, Kathy. We have an announcement coming up in Music News, an event that's coming to Philadelphia, so we'll reveal those details a little bit later on when we get to that. You Who Loot is on the way in less than an hour as well. 10 o'clock, your next shot at winning $1,000. I made an observation last night. This might be a stupid thing and go nowhere, but I'm going to bring it up anyway.
You knew that if you needed answers about anything, you turned to us.
I turned to you guys. No, so we went to, number one, we went to the hardware store last night.
Hardware store?
Hardware store.
To get a couple things. But here, this is aside from this point.
All right.
But Kathy, I did not know this now, and you're all about laundry. Yeah. So I didn't know that they make washing and drying machines all in one, like in the same, like you never take the clothes out.
I didn't know that either.
They wash and then they get done with the wash cycle. Then they dry in
Whoa.
Yeah. I didn't know that. Rochelle knew that.
Roll it back, cowboy. What are you telling me here?
I was like, woman, you are out your woman.
Yeah.
Shut up, woman.
I mean, if you need the space, I understand that, but
well, yeah, that's a great space saver.
I know, but then you can't dry while you're washing.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's all one cycle.
I know. Well, okay. Well, how long does that cycle take?
Over 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, first you start spotting.
But think about it though. From one load. One load of laundry, it still has to go through the washing and then the drying process.
But you can't wash while you're drying.
It doesn't matter. It still would end up to be the same amount of time.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, for the whole cycle, for everything to be washed and dried, it would still take the same amount of time.
But at the end, then maybe you'd be saving
maybe a little bit
hour
of time
at the end.
Wait a second here. Okay, so I'm still, while you guys are breaking down the laws of physics here, my mind's still blown by a washer that dries as well.
Yeah.
So when it says here front load washer and electric dryer combo, that doesn't mean that you're getting two separate units. One unit does both.
Yeah, exactly. Because do you ever live in an apartment where they had the stackable ones?
Yes. Yeah. Which we were actually looking at.
The washing machine below and the dryer above.
Because now they have full capacity ones that are great.
It's not that. You magically never take the clothes out. And
they're folded.
You take the entire, all of the dishwashing, not dishwashing, the
you can put your dishes in there?
The detergent. No, you don't put your dishes
silverware,
in there.
probably.
You put the detergent, you pour the entire jug in this thing, and it will administer it.
I like that
automatically.
I like
so
that.
you don't have
Kathy.
that soap covered cap and beak.
Yeah.
Yes.
What were you talking in there?
Greatest day of my life.
It's-
I've had the best pickle ever, and I've learned about this.
It's driving me nuts to not figure out Casey's question, but I think I've figured it
You
out.
did math. Did you carry the 2?
I think Casey is correct. You would you wouldn't be saving time. It would take you longer. It would take you about an hour longer. Say both cycles were an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would take you longer to do it this way.
Wait,
you are
no.
saving about an hour.
Hang on.
The other way.
Hold on. Wait.
No?
You have an hour to wash.
Right.
And then you move it over to the dryer, and you have an hour to dry. Let's say that
2
that's
hours. Right.
That's 2 hours.
That's where I'm at with you.
Okay. So you're still, each load is going to take 2 hours.
I can fix you. I can
Multiple
fix this
loads
because
is what we're
you're
talking
talking
about.
about multiple loads.
Yes.
It would still take the same amount of time whether you had the single unit or 2 separate units for one load.
But in the end, you would be saving an hour because you have
One would be
load
washing and one would
at
be
the same time.
One would be drying at the same time.
But you can't dry something you haven't washed.
But Kathy, it would remove that whole annoying taking the wet clothes out,
yeah.
moving them over to the
I
dryer.
like that, though. You know how it wrinkles your beautiful hands?
I was just that whole. I needed to figure that out. It was bothering me so much. I needed to figure out the time constraint with it.
Then you buy 2 of these.
No. I'm not. Listen.
Now you're not saving space.
Yeah. Now you're not saving space or money.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we have enough space. It's the size of a regular, full-size unit.
I do like the idea of just dumping all of the detergent, and then the washer itself picks out how much to put
What
in there.
about you just leave? What about one that held all of your clothing, right? So that you just say, I want to wear this shirt. You punch it in, it washes it and dries it, and it pops out for you. That would be like an automat.
Did you buy it?
No, we were just looking at them.
Oh, you were just looking at
We
them,
don't
okay.
need one right now, but she blew my mind with the fact that those things even existed.
I didn't know.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Oh, my God.
No, this is actually because we have our man, what a rocking show today. Avocados,
I know.
pickles, and what. I'll tell you this though.
Great. I'm all in.
I will.
on this show.
This is the greatest day ever for Kathy. We have a mud room, and we're trying to figure out how to maximize space. And that something like this actually would be a godsend.
Somebody pointed out that, and so where we air regularly is you'll throw a load in the washing machine. It'll be the last load of the night, and you forget to put it over in the dryer, and it stays overnight, maybe even longer, and then you got to rewash it.
What's that mom joke? What's that mom joke? It has to do with like laundry and your mom.
I don't know mom jokes.
There was an old Herman named Dave.
No, it's something about taking a load in the. Oh, never mind. Okay. Oh, shut up, woman.
Wow. This is.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Keep
You know that
listening,
joke about
ladies.
mom taking a load?
Yeah. Between yesterday and the pelvic floor and today, we're.
By the way, Bill Weston loved
throwing
the
in
pelvic
females.
floor
He did.
discussion. Yeah, he really did.
So I have to give a plug because my show, Her Story on Ben FM that airs Sunday mornings, I actually interviewed a woman. We focus on like influential women in the area who are doing different things. I spoke to this woman who started Lessen the Loads, and she basically will come to your house and do your laundry for you or take it out of the house.
I'll spend 10 minutes with your husband.
Do the laundry for
I'll
you.
lessen that load.
They organize your drawers, your closets. They do the Marie Kondo fold, so everything is like nice and neat.
Marie Kondo fold.
Yeah, it's like a very tight fold in the drawers, and So if
Are you going to try it?
well, so I fold my
How
drawers like
expensive
that
is it?
anyway. So it's
Will
not.
she'll fold your bloomers?
She folds everything. She matches the socks.
Oh my God.
And they charge per pound of laundry. And it wasn't, she gave the price, I forget what it was, but it wasn't astronomical. And they're like all over the area. So
Are they all over? Because my wife and I, a couple of weeks ago, had tossed around the idea of buying a laundromat and creating this bougie laundry service for people.
Well, that's what I said to her. It's sort of like, you used to take it to the laundromat or even the dry cleaner. Sometimes they would
come
fold
and
it. It's like
pick it
the
up and
modern
drop
day
it off. Yeah.
case. That's exactly what she does. They'll go to the people's house. They'll pick it up. If you're comfortable with them doing it in your house, they'll go into your house, use your laundry. Use your detergent.
Did you know that laundromats are sometimes fronts for the mafia?
Yes.
Because of all the cash that's involved.
Yes.
Yeah. And I hated going to laundromats when in college and stuff. It just seemed like such a giant pain in the ass.
boys here with the laundry.
I like doing laundry. I hate leaving the laundry in the washing machine for extended periods of time when it's finished. So I like the concept of this machine. I don't think I'm buying in on it though.
Nick, some of my favorite memories when Claire and I got married first, we had a laundromat we went to. One of our favorite takeout places was across the street, and I actually.
so you do it and then go have takeout?
Right? Yeah,
That's nice.
Really, really good memories. If you find a good one, ask immediately when you go in. Is this place owned by the mafia?
Right.
Or not. Nick, so the front loaders and top loaders, they came up with the front loader that was also to save space because you could stack them and all of that. I have that. I don't think it gets as clean as the top loader. So something like this, that's what I would be worried about.
By the way, I haven't even talked about the thing I wanted to talk about.
yeah.
I just brought this
Talking
up
about
as
the
a
hardware
side
store.
You
thing.
blew our minds with the washer dryer.
I'm going to go to Nick, who had one of these things. Hey, Nick, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks, guys.
Hey, Gadzooks. All right, so you have one of these units that both washes and dries without ever taking the clothes out.
Correct, and we got rid of it because it was awful. Casey's 100% right. It took so long because if you have to do one load of laundry, yeah, you're fine. It takes the same amount of time. The moment you have to do 2 loads of laundry, you're waiting for the whole cycle to finish before you start it over again. And it didn't do either one well. Drying, it does this weird condensation drying thing. It doesn't actually get hot. And I would take out my pants from the dryer, the dryer setting, and they would be like noodles. They would be all wrapped up, all wrinkly. We couldn't wait to get rid of it and buy one of the stuff.
So you're saying the sheer process of having it go through the washer and then pulling it out a little bit and just opening it up a little bit and putting it into the dryer makes that much of a difference?
Yeah.
Well, it's the way it's
I
drying.
don't even know if it was that. It just without the heat of the dryer.
Yeah.
Because it does this weird condensation drying thing. It never fluffed up and got.
Oh, I misunderstood. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not really using an intense heat source to dry the clothing.
Right.
At least not the one that we had. Now, if the one that we had dispensed, detergent on its own, that might have been a reason to keep it.
But this is what I was talking about, Nick. They
thanks,
make
Nick.
these advancements, but he's saying it didn't work as well, and that's how I feel about the front loaders.
So it's also how I felt about the idea of a recliner that it's like a
That wash clothing?
No, an electric recliner. Where you hit a button and then the recliner goes up.
I don't
and you're
like those.
I
They
got
take too
one,
long.
and it takes too long, right? Especially when
I need to relax right now.
No, it's when I want to get up. It's when I'm done reclining. I just want to get up, and I'm like,
I have one that if you push it in hard. If it speeds it up.
Still not fast enough.
It's fast enough for me, man.
Yeah,
I'm ready to go, and I keep my shoes on in case a deer gets in the house.
I don't find it. I don't see how it could be fast enough for you because you're always on the
Johnny
go.
on the spot.
Yeah,
yeah.
Huh, that's surprising.
Hang on a second. Let me go to somebody else. Kat
I'm the man with the plan.
Kat loves her version of this. Hi, Kat. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Kat. All right, so you have one of these as well?
We do, and I'll tell you, it's not for everybody. We've had it for 5 years. The reason that we got it was because we learned that our dryer was venting into the space above our garage.
You don't want that.
And our laundry room is set back far enough from the outside of the house that it can't push the lint and all that stuff outside of the house. So we were using one of those lint boxes, and that sucked. And we did some research, and we found this LG one. It's huge, but it isn't for everyone. I put a load in the morning, turn it on. When I get home, it has washed and dried, and then I'll fluff it for about an hour and a half, and then we fold it, take it out, and then the other load goes in. So we are a family of 5. We do laundry every single day.
So 2 loads and a fluff in between.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same method in porn.
Yeah.
2 loads and a fluff.
I mean, you guys had to.
thanks, Kat.
We
We
were talking about laundry way too long. I get it.
A number of other people are texting in saying it just doesn't dry very well. The units that they've had.
Sometimes, and obviously, that's the benefit of having proprietary equipment in porn.
Just one more thing I want to get out there. The fold that I was talking about, Preston, when you fold your shirts or anything that goes in a drawer, do you stack them up one on top of each other?
I don't. I hang all of mine because I don't like that. I never have sifting through shirts and then you mess them up.
Right. So that's
I quit doing that in the drawers.
So that's the folds. I actually have pictures because I was exchanging with a friend of mine. So they actually get folded a little more compact, but then you put them vertically so you can see each shirt. And when you take one out, you're not messing up the whole stack of shirts.
If that method, that's a really good method. Yes.
So here's my thing. Say I'm at a very high intensity conference, and my Incredible Hulk shirt is wrinkled.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't send a good message.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Everybody kind of looks at you and like they don't trust you.
I see what you're saying.
So those are my pants. Sorry, Steve, the picture's moving.
right,
Those are my pants, but I could do T-shirts like that as well.
See, I have mostly T-shirts and stuff like that, so I don't. My stuff is I maintain my drawers quite nicely, thank you.
Steve, why do you think Preston went to the hardware store yesterday?
That's a good question.
Oh, okay.
Was that it?
No, that wasn't it. It was to get a ceiling fan, actually, a wholly different thing. You guys want to talk about ceiling fans for a while?
Yes. We talked about avocados, pickles, and washer dryer combos.
No, but
why not?
I realized.
Let's talk about arthritis and.
I realized something that I did at the hardware store, and I was curious if you guys do this or anybody listening does. So they now have the snowblowers out. Okay, so that's a sign.
And Christmas decorations.
Yeah. So that's a sign. Obviously, when they put things out in the hardware store about the seasons coming up, because then 8 months from now it'll be lawn tractors and lawnmowers and things like that. That'll be out front, ready to go.
Right.
And I realized that when I go to the hardware store, especially if it's with someone else who is doing the shopping and I'm just coming along as a companion, whatever,
right,
is that I will play with things. While I'm at the hardware store.
So play how?
Like I went over to the snowblowers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm like, I'm squeezing the handles. I'm moving the gears around.
All right.
I have no interest in buying a snowblower, but I went over there and started tinkering with it. And I realized that I do the same thing with the lawnmowers too, and the grills.
How often do you get on the lawn tractors?
Oh, every time.
Anytime.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, that's what I mean, to go sit on those. And when I was a kid, that was a playground for me. Like my parents would go shop and I would go play on the lawnmowers.
Yeah.
Don't you guys remember Jace's second birthday? We had a lawnmower birthday party.
No.
And I had our friend, or our landscaper, bring over all his riding mowers, and we set them up, and the kids were like sitting on them and playing on them.
That's great. Yeah, we used to.
Wild.
My dad would give rides on the riding lawnmower when I was a kid.
So it became like a playground.
Totally.
Yeah.
When Ben was little, we would take him over to a big box store or whatever, and we would go up and down the refrigerator aisle, and he would open every door, and he would say, "Cool blast, cool blast, cool blast."
When my dad was at the massage parlor, I would run up and down the and play with the hot towels,
the oils and stuff. Yeah,
different. But
and another one I realized that I would play with, if there was a store, and sometimes they were hardware stores that had like large area rugs. And, that are hanging hang up in that gigantic thing.
You can hide in there.
It would go hide in there. I would go get inside of those things.
Now you're moving into real. So obviously one of the great things as a kid was the shirt rack or pants rack that was circular.
I had one in my room when Strawberries and Clothier went out of business. Because in my old house, we didn't have a closet in my room, and so I had that as my closet, essentially.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I was curious if you guys played with stuff when you go to stores like that. And,
I mean, especially riding lawnmowers. I've been pining for a riding lawnmower for a long time, dude. So I just got my son. He started mowing the lawn this year.
Yeah.
And already he's like, "Hey, Dad, what do you think for Christmas if we just pool our Christmas gifts together and we get a riding lawnmower?" I'm like, "You mow the lawn 2 times and already you want a riding lawnmower." I'm like, "That's a great idea."
I think this is actually the year where I am going to switch out my snowblower.
Oh,
because this one is
Why don't
it
they
gets
have-
job done, but it's teetering.
Yeah.
And I think I might give it to my neighbor. This one to my neighbor who has a smaller area to do, and get a new one.
Why don't they have riding snowblowers?
They do. They do.
You can put sometimes you can put a shovel on the front of a tractor.
There are ones that where you can actually, in case it's like the stand-up lawnmower, where you stand on the back and it will.
They have them here. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it's a blower?
It's a snowblower. Yeah.
In the winter when it snows, I've seen them.
Is that all season, Nick, that snowblower?
I was gonna say I saw them in the parking lot, but and then I got in that sentence. I have an electric lawnmower, Casey, and I love it because I never have to worry about the gas tank.
Yeah.
It's so much easier to, and I have I can convert the battery from the mower to the leaf blower. It's seamless, and there's like no oil changes, any of that nonsense.
So my lawnmower and leaf blower and weed whacker all run on the same battery.
Yeah, that's great.
And the weed whacker and the blower.
the iWorks, or what do you have?
No, it's Ryobi.
Ryobi.
Yeah. So I have
and-
iWorks.
Yeah, the leaf blower and the weed whacker are on the same pole.
Right,
You just take it. Oh, it's so great.
That's cool.
It's so,
Right.
Yeah,
I
you
know
don't have to worry about oil, gas, none of that stuff.
If you go into my garage, it looks like that's where the transformers live because I have so many battery packs lined up. But they're cool.
Yeah. Somebody texted in and said, "Oh, Preston, your parents, you guys were those people at the store when I was a kid because
it was a nightmare.
I had to have driven the workers there, the service people. Somebody who actually worked in that home and garden department must have been driven crazy by me jumping from tractor to tractor and changing all the settings and doing all that stuff. But I realized I do that with
We
grills.
have a lost adult man who's looking for his wife. A lost adult man. And what is your name, son? He says his name is Preston.
It used to be a regular for them to use the intercom to get my parents. We have a lost little boy at the front here. He's wearing a green shirt. No, that was
yeah.
Oh yeah. That was before they would lock the doors in the store and not let anybody leave. Right. They would just call up, "Can someone please get this child
This kid.
and
Even
take
if
this kid away?"
he's not your son, he looks kind of toned.
That was a regular thing for my parents to hear.
Yes, you're advertising a young boy.
Being mentioned over the intercom. All right. Well, I didn't think that would really go anywhere, but I thought I would mention it. But.
Well, no, I think it's a little walk down memory lane.
And in a hardware store.
Was it a big box one, or did you go to a?
It was a Lowe's.
Okay. all
Yeah.
right.
It was a big.
I mean,
That's where you saw
have-
this incredible combo thing.
Yeah, the best selections for if you want to get like a
Do you know where I go
ceiling
to?
fan or whatever.
They're great. Lowe's, Home Depot, and also True Value.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I needed the ceiling fan, so I wasn't going to the local, smaller, more convenient.
You went to the Fanatarium
hardware store.
Do it best.
Do it best.
It's a great place. It's in Wayne. Hardware.
That's
hardware store.
that's what it's called. I thought that was like a slogan for something.
Eat it raw.
No,
That's a sushi place next door.
if you want great customer service, do it best. And then when you want sushi, eat it raw.
Eat it
No,
raw.
you got to make that. You got to rhyme that. You want great customer service.
You've been to the rest. Now go to do it best.
Right. That might be better.
I do jingles.
Wait, there was another thing I was going to mention.
If you liked our service, tell a friend. If you didn't like our service, shut up.
We actually, and also last night, we kind of threw a couple of the workers there for a bit of a loop at Lowe's because while we were there, we were going to pick up a couple things, and Rochelle we needed some Band-Aids.
Band-Aids in a hardware store?
I know, and so she asked, and so she asked one of the associates, do you have any Band-Aids? And they were like, ooh. A challenge.
Yeah.
Because they know where everything is.
Everything is.
They could tell, aisle 14B, it's right down the left-hand side. But they were like, ooh, Band-Aids.
Where? Okay.
Well, they might be.
Are you married?
They did have one box of Band-Aids.
Just one?
Yeah. And
Was it where,
The last one.
First aid kits
Here you
were or
go.
something?
It was over by where, masks and first aid kits and tape.
Enemas.
And stuff like that were an enemas.
Where are your enemas?
But it wasn't the exact kind of Band-Aids that we needed. But I thought it was kind of
But
fun.
it's the Band-Aids it's not the Band-Aids like the Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Not the hero we...
but I thought it was kind of fun that we intrigued the workers there by asking for Band-Aids.
Did you ask for a menstrual cup?
I probably should have.
Oh my God.
What?
Okay.
I had a
Kathy's in.
conversation in the middle of Target yesterday with this woman. She was on on an earpiece, her earbuds, talking to somebody, and she's like, "I'm sorry, I am just not into these organic tampons. I'm not getting them." And so I turned to her and I was like, "Because that's what I was buying." And I go, "Why?" I go, "Why don't you like them?" I'm sorry to jump in. She's like, "Oh no, honey," and she explains the whole situation. I'll leave that out for you guys. In the middle of Target, by the way, talking about leakage and things like that. And then she goes, "I want to try the cup," and I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, listen,
girlfriend."
So I gave her my view on the cup and how it didn't work, but that there are tons of women that it does work for. In the middle of Target, and then looked at the end of the aisle, and there were like three other people. Like you could tell they were like listening to our conversation.
Oh my God.
I don't know if they
Ladies,
were intrigued.
let's
they
go
also
for
wanted
lunch.
To know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's go, girls.
In the middle of Target, and I was like, "Oh, well, it's nice meeting you. Good luck with your tampons
Goodbye.
and cup."
I'm going to call you my MCs, my menstrual cup friends.
Come on,
Are you bleeding, girls?
I thought you were going to say you had a discussion with the manufacturer because we had talked about making Preston and Steve, menstrual cups.
Yeah, it can happen. I'm still looking. I want to make this happen.
Oh my God,
that'd be great.
Why not?
Listen, for for the women who swear by them and are big fans, that might be a kind of a wonderful thing.
I wish I was one of them. I'm just not.
But you like pickles?
I need organic tampons.
By the way, in new advice, the North American Menopause Society says women should aim to consume a diet high in salmon, eggs, and vegetables instead of turning to comfort food like candy, chocolate, and carry-out in order to keep your menstrual pain down a little
Dude, I love salmon and salad. That's why I never get menstrual cramps.
That's why your cramps have subsided over the years. I can tell a significant difference. If I start to cramp up a little bit and I eat anything with sugar in it, even fruit, I feel it gets more intense, like almost immediately. It makes it, it absolutely makes it worse.
So it's because they're filled with healthy fats or the good stuff I had mentioned are filled with healthy fats and antioxidants that reduce inflammation. The body's immune system responds to an irritant. Before a period starts, the cells that form the lining of the uterus begin to break down and release large amounts of inflammatory prostaglandins.
Yeah, he was on Little House on the Prairie.
No, that's Michael Landon.
Starring prostaglandins.
I think maybe that was his actual name. His stage name was Michael Landon.
Okay.
You can't go on there with that.
Is it prostaglandin or prostaglandin?
Prostaglandin.
Prostaglandins.
Glandin. All right.
These chemicals constrict the blood vessels in the uterus and make the muscle layer contract, causing painful cramps.
Well, there you
It
go.
can be like super painful.
Oh, yeah. I've seen Rochelle go through serious pain.
Yeah. Have you ever been, like doubled over?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's the plumbing that you have to deal with is my heart goes out to you.
Yeah. Is it obviously it's not the same as a stomach cramp. It's lower than that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
It's near your vagina.
Be in the general vicinity of
probably
your vagina.
Where your vagina is.
Right.
In that general area.
Now, you know the difference between a stomach cramp and menstrual cycle cramping.
Well, yeah. I mean, can you get sick? Can you get like throw up type feelings when
I don't know. I mean, I've never gotten that, but I mean, I've gotten where I have to lay down and get in bed or else.
Let me ask you something, and I've noticed this, and some women do not really experience much at all, and sometimes they will.
Michelle's is severe.
Sort of. It's not. They'll not kind of humble brag or.
What,
I don't get it at all. And like I've seen around people who do get it bad, like
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah, good for you.
Good for you, lady.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rochelle still gets them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's been tested and retested, and they've tried to find out what's going on. They can't. She's just always had a problem.
It's terrible.
It's horrible.
Mine have subsided a little bit in that I don't get them every month. I still get the bad cramps, but it's not every single month like it was when I was younger.
Do you have the cravings? Do you have the chocolate salty?
You know what? Yeah, I definitely have cravings, but since I've been trying to eat healthier, this past month, the cravings almost like skipped over. There was a little bit, but not much. So I think it also is like if you just give in, you know.
What's a weird craving that you get?
Cardboard.
I'll tell you exactly what it is, because as soon as I crave it and I start doing it, I'm like, oh, this is what's happening. Banana, peanut butter, and whipped cream.
Really?
All together?
Yes.
Those are good.
That sounds delicious.
Okay.
Casey, I told my friend once, and she was like,
Yeah, that's all sexy stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, right?
Nuts, cream, and banana.
she was like, what the hell is wrong with
Same
you?
with your tacos, too. I swing that way.
Wait a minute. So when you will have your banana peanut butter and do you cut it banana into slices?
Oh,
and put a dollop of peanut butter on it, and then a little whipped cream on top. You make it in little beautiful little treats.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adorable little treats. And
I like that.
Listen, you can also, if you don't have whipped cream, you can put just like one little chocolate chip on there.
Okay. One?
On each little
Spray.
slice, Case.
I think we need to. I
Watch
think we
that?
need to have that. I think we need to have something. Yeah, we could call it. Kathy's Menzies.
Fancy treat.
We'll just keep it in a glass case on the wall.
Kathy's.
In case of period, break glass.
Would you like a Menzie treat?
I do feel like such a just fat person doing that. Like I'm like, okay, come on. Did you really need all of this in one sitting?
Listen, you got to
Well,
go.
the banana's not bad.
No, it's not.
know
No.
that's like where. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's the $70 of cream that.
Yeah, the whipped cream and the peanut
And
butter.
Elvis loved peanut butter and bananas.
I will tell. I don't know. This is really. It's almost like the stream of consciousness now, Herbert.
Yeah.
But for like a nice treat, the Ready Whip in the can, the chocolate. Have you ever had the chocolate
No.
cream? It's like a little mini pudding. It's like 1 calorie.
Yeah.
In a spoon.
Right.
Boom.
But you know what? So guy works down the hall. He says he'll get like
down the hall, Pete.
No, it's down the hall, Eric.
Okay.
Because Eric actually lost a lot of weight. I've only known him as like a thinner guy, but he used to be pretty big. And he said Cool Whip. He would put Cool Whip in the freezer.
Yeah.
And eat that as if it was like ice cream.
It's
and I
not
tried it.
bad.
It's not bad. I
No,
don't normally
it's
like.
Not, it's not like ice cream.
I
but
don't
it's-
like regular Cool Whip, but
Yeah.
like
I don't
frozen
either,
Cool
Case.
Whip is good.
I'm fine with Cool Whip.
Yeah.
Wait, you know what I do as a little treat? Frozen grapes.
Yep, those are good too.
That's Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike freezes blueberries.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they taste a little better. It seems a little more like a treat than you're eating fruit. By the way, going back to menstrual cramps and so
I
on.
don't eat that.
No, I have a question about this, Kathy. It says caffeine. You should also stay away from coffee.
Yeah.
But that can help. That can make it worse.
Yeah.
But
I would agree with that.
It makes
also.
your BMs easier, doesn't it?
Stop it. I feel like I've shared way too much in this segment.
No,
It's all right. We're not on air.
How about
We're good.
Just whisper.
Anyone who was listening is stopped.
It's totally fine.
So
I think they ducked out on the washer dryer combo and wanted to see what was happening on NPR.
Yeah, so Kathy, you should stay away from the peanut butter and
that
and
too.
whipped cream because the sugar is going to
Yeah.
make it worse.
Well, Preston Steve today, he talked about pickles and avocados and washer dryer combos and periods.
Preston, that's sort of two different. That's two different things. The cravings for me come prior to the cramping.
So when you're in the throes of it,
So the day of the cramping, when that starts, like I can't eat.
So it's more
any
so
of that.
right then when it's happening,
When
this
it's
will
happening.
contribute to worse. Okay.
But I wonder if maybe that's what brings on the bad cramping. Is
It
that
might.
prior to
It might lead into it.
Yeah.
You know, here's
It's quite
you have this
possible.
craving, you have it, and then the end result is the
I
cramping
bet
that
you
happens
it is.
after
Yeah,
that.
I bet you it is.
So
No more banana peanut butter and whipped cream.
I want to bring in Menzie treats this
no,
week. I'll make
cucumbers and
them.
meatballs.
I'll make them.
Really?
Yeah, I want to try.
Really?
them. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you do the Cool Whip thing too? Because that sounds good.
What, frozen Cool Whip?
Yeah, yeah.
I still have in the freezer here the heavenly hash that you brought me.
Oh, really?
No,
Yes.
you don't.
I keep. It's inconvenient to
Wait
take
a
it. So I
second.
keep forgetting about it.
That has to have freezer burn at this point, doesn't it?
Well,
Let's try it.
I don't know. We'll see.
I've been meaning to bring this up for a month, and I apologize. That was made by our friends at Mary Mead Farms. They want to do a camp out flavor and bring some down for camp outs. So,
So Preston can eat all of it.
yes. no. Just put your thinking caps on, and it can be like sort of camp out.
Like peas.
What's that?
Like peas ice cream?
Peas
Like-
ice cream.
Yeah.
Like cans of peas. No, like something that might be charitable minded or the 25th anniversary, like silver anniversary, whatever. Anyway, think about ice creams. And
Silver
or
is the chocolate anniversary.
might have, right. Of course. It could have nothing to do with Camp Out. They want to
Right.
do a PNS flavor
No, I
for
love
Camp
it.
Out for 25th.
I love Mary Mead.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting. All right, we do need to take a break. Sorry I went all over the road on this particular one. But
fun.
We'll come back in a second. We'll get to the B file, and we have a chance to win with You Who Loot.
Yes, we do.
$1,000 for you sticking around. Hopefully you'll be able to grab that. And I've been told that Preston's pickles are sold out.
What?
Preston's picks, yeah. But you'll have
And,
to check.
and so the percentage of all that is going to the Camp Out for
Camp
Hunger.
Out for Hunger, so Fishtown Pickle Project. So we'll take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us.
We should create a. Listen, I think there's no challenge you could create on social media, especially on TikTok, that somebody would not try to emulate, no matter how patently, obviously, dangerous and harmful.
Ace, what about the one that I've been sending you that I want to do with you? The
I want to do
light
that one.
switch.
The switch one, yeah.
I hit the switch. It's some song. I don't know what it is. Or I hit the light switch or something like that. And it's just people swapping. So it's two people in the video. The song says hit the switch or I hit the switch. It goes to black for a second and comes back. And then the two people have basically reversed roles. So like people are changing clothes. One is like a father and a son. It's kind of cute.
All right, it's a little video
Yeah.
finagling.
When do you get to hit someone's Express.
All right. Yeah. When do I get to hit somebody's boobs? What is this?
I've never heard the song
This is
before.
the song.
so,
all right.
yeah.
This is the hit your mom's boobs song. I guess it happens right here. Oh, whap whap.
Yeah, that's. You can also finger your grandmother.
Oh my God!
I don't.
Yeah, that's another
No, it's
riff.
not.
You guys have not seen that?
Nope.
Oh.
Not once.
Yeah, it's very funny.
That's on TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok.
And I even gave him a kiss on the cheek.
We should go home.
Peeper.
It's called the finger gum gum show.
Yeah, finger gum gum.
Oh.
There's gum on my finger. Gum on my finger.
Oh my God.
Wow. Queen Elizabeth has a reputation for being a bit staid, but the 94-year-old is quite different behind the scenes, according to her biographer.
I'm working as an escort.
Sally Bedell Smith, author of Elizabeth the Queen, The Life of a Modern Monarch.
So how does she let her hair down?
Well, Smith tells people that she spoke to an insider at her estate in Norfolk, Sandringham, who said you can hear her laugh throughout that big house. She has a big laugh.
Really?
So apparently she's cackling and giggling down the hallways all the time.
That is a big laugh for the Queen.
All over the palace.
Apparently, while watching a rerun of Prince Charles' 1981 wedding to Princess Diana, she said, "Oh, there's my Miss Piggy face." She has the ability to laugh at herself, according to this person. Smith told people that during a shoot celebrating her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, she told the photographer, Barry Jeffrey, to just keep the camera rolling as she broke from the norm. And the Queen proceeded to strike a series of poses, slipping her hands in and out of her pockets, placing them onto her hips, mimicking the stances of a professional model.
Tongue between her fingers?
Her dressmaker and close confidant, Angela Kelly, had said that, yeah, she was having fun in that photo shoot.
I'd love to see that.
They said they stood in disbelief. The Queen was a natural, Kelly marveled. Barry and I felt like we were experiencing something really special, a moment never to be repeated.
There's great footage of her on the set of Over the Top, where she is.
Was she the final battle?
She was the final battle.
She put a crown on backwards.
I need to go back and read the cast from that movie because I've forgotten how many people were in
cameos.
that. Yeah, well. I did see it was like a Reddit thread recently, and someone was talking about which way you face during the shower when you take a shower.
Oh, okay.
And so they were saying that when not
All I
washing,
did was get out of the shower.
not washing their hair, they face forward. When they are washing their hair, they face with the shower to the back. And I assume this is a woman who may not wash her hair every day. She has long hair, so some women don't.
My hair's moderate length.
But I didn't know. I'm spinning around constantly in the shower.
You're doing like spins.
I face towards, I turn back.
I have One
forward,
Direction.
I turn back. You do One Direction,
and I
this
performed.
is my first I've ever heard of somebody facing one way in the shower.
I perform songs from One Direction too. No, so actually, it's actually just because of the construction of the shower. So my bath, I have my own bathroom. When we bought the house, it was more like there was a tub with a. With a curtain that went across, and it was so. My brother-in-law built a shower stall,
a walk-in shower.
Right. So, but it's shallow. So, if I were to stand, my shoulders might be touching both sides. So I turn to the side, and I have the shower.
Oh, okay.
So I'm facing the glass. I'm facing the wall. I'm facing the four cats looking at me naked. But let me ask you this: when you get out of the shower, do you immediately wrap yourself in a towel? I do not.
Oh my God!
I dry off in the shower.
Oh, me too.
I do.
We
I
can
do.
shower together.
I don't wrap in a towel.
When I lived at home with my mommy, and I had no concept.
Mommy, come dry me.
I had no concept of what people did around the house. Like I used to use 2 towels every single time. Like now I use one towel and I
For
use
like
it
a week.
For like a week.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh God, laundry sucks, right?
I know.
Dude, my mom
had like
2 towels every single time. One around my waist, one around my torso.
I have a completely separate question because Kathy said with drying the hair and getting too hot and sweaty. After a workout.
Oh, yes, the worst.
And then you shower and you
And
get
you're
out
still
and I'm
sweating?
like, I'm sweating.
I have to shower again.
I gotta take a shower.
So here's what I do in the summer.
I hate that.
I have my clothes laid out back in my room, and the AC. I'll put the AC on the ceiling fan. I come out of.
You stand in front of it?
Yeah, I go out. Yes, I would.
It's a good idea.
Just to dry off. I'm
Sure.
Like, I didn't go through all this to re-sweat.
When I was in high school on the swim team, our practices were 5 in the morning. I had no idea that. Dude, listen, you're swimming like 2 miles in practice.
That's a workout.
That is a workout. I was sweating, but you don't know you're sweating because you're in the pool.
Yeah.
You don't know that you're sweating until you go to put your school uniform on, and everything is just sticking to you. Yeah, I had no clue.
Somebody wants to vouch for the towel warmer. I'm going to go to Tom. Hi, Tom. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, Ed. What's up, bud? Should I just say that every time now? Okay. All right, Tom, what's up?
I don't know. We were getting our salary.
Oh, my God, he's Tom?
Yes, I'm here.
He still sounds like it. Tom, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Your connection is horrible, Tom.
WMMR goes into lockdown.
I put my towels in fire.
Coming to kill all of you.
I bathe in the river Styx, which is molten fire.
Oh, my God.
That is the most terrifying phone line I've ever heard.
I feel like we need to get clips from him.
Let's see if it clears up. Tom, are you still there?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm still here. It's a better now.
He's calling from Jupiter. Wow, Tom, your phone line. Your phone line sucks, bud. So.
Oh man.
But it's awfully entertaining. Call back another time. Wow, that was bizarre.
Your mother is in here with us.
And it's Linda Blair's birthday.
Yeah, it's
we were just
perfect,
talking
yeah.
about that earlier. Wow. All right, let me see. We're gonna have to wrap up here in just a second, right, Case? 'Cause we gotta get to No sad bro coming up. No sad dough. No sad bro. Hang on a second here. I'll go to Sean real quick. Sean, good morning.
It's shower time.
It's shower time, bitch.
All I did was get out of the sun.
William Shatner and his ex-wife Elizabeth are dividing up everything in their estate, from dogs to land to ashes of exes to horse semen.
Wow.
TMZ reports.
Okay, yeah, because he
loves it.
He's a breeder.
Yeah.
He loves
He puts it in his cereal.
Love horse semen.
I tell you, I love it in my cereal. It's so thick and creamy.
Wow.
There's just something about waking up to horse jizz.
Oh, my God.
Elizabeth.
Spock, what's this in your coffee cup?
Elizabeth gets 2 horses. William gets all the dogs, 2 horses, and all of the horse semen. He gets
Who gets the Geo?
He gets all of the horse semen and equipment, the horse semen equipment.
He gets all the dogs?
He gets all the dogs, yeah.
Seems unfair.
Semen?
It's horse semen in my big, piping hot mug of coffee.
And these are per the papers obtained by TMZ. Elizabeth gets...
Yes, I'd like a bear claw and a coffee with horse semen. You don't have horse semen? You don't know how delicious it is in a cup of coffee?
So Elizabeth, gets a Malibu and a Versailles, Kentucky home. By the way, in Kentucky, it's pronounced Versailles, not Versailles. Plus her family farm in Indiana, while he gets a ranch and their Studio City home.
But I got the semen, correct?
He gets all the semen. Their agreement also spelled out animal visitation rights because they don't have children. So
Preston, you know what I love to do? I love to drink horse semen through a crazy straw.
Crazy straw.
Through a crazy straw. It looks wild.
Yeah, I can imagine. Wow. All right, we're going to leave with this. Johnny Depp has launched a $50 million defamation suit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. He claims she lied about him abusing her and furthermore claims that she cheated on him within 1 month of their marriage in 2015 with Tesla founder Elon Musk. He claims that Heard...
I have proof.
He claimed that Heard received late-night visits from Musk.
Where did you get that Segway?
At the at the L.A.
Bitch, where'd you get this Segway?
He got...
What's with all the rockets?
She had late-night visits from Musk at their L.A. home.
I'm a cowboy!
That Depp and Heard shared while he was traveling. Are you a cowboy or a pirate? Make up your mind.
Pie boy.
A pie boy, okay.
A pirate.
The 55-year-old suit against his 32-year-old ex reportedly stems from an op-ed that she wrote for the Washington Post in December, in which she said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. His career, he claims, has been damaged by the allegations and led to him being dropped from his lucrative role in the Pirates of the Caribbean films.
I think actually if he had just let this go, he'd draw less attention to it. By engaging in this, he's drawing more attention to it. Kind of let it just go inert. But who would have read that op-ed piece?
Yeah, but you know what? Like, so, but the thing is, if he truly is innocent of all of these things,
thank you.
It doesn't matter if he lets it go because 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road, that's going to be his legacy, and I guess he doesn't want to stand for that. If indeed he is,
can I tell you something?
Yeah,
I love you, roast beef.
Thanks. Thank you, Preston.
The claim adds Ms. Heard is not a victim of domestic abuse. She is a perpetrator.
She is a perpetrator.
Yeah, Depp report. What?
I don't know. I was just waiting for a Yosemite Sam moment.
I don't know what that was, but it was, because of the classic Johnny Depp Yosemite Sam.
Yeah, well, it was a cowboy thing.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, really, any moment is a good Yosemite Sam.
He's been a pirate, too.
He has been a pirate, bro.
I don't think that you can go wrong with Yosemite Sam.
It's just perfect.
Let me know if there's anything else you're waiting for, and I'll set you up, okay?
All right, good.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp's actions prove that he is unable to accept the truth of his ongoing abusive behavior. This is according to, the other side.
Yes.
But
we've seen what appears to be damning video of him going on a tirade.
And, in the tirade, he's just slamming things down.
Where are the Cocoa Puffs?
And he's not actually being physical with her.
Doggy. Little doggy. He looks so. It's just him waking up, and he's in a bad mood.
His mother.
He's wearing a cowboy hat. Did his mom just die?
I don't. Yeah, I think so. It might have been shortly after that. But yeah, he's wearing the cowboy hat and sunglasses, and he's just.
Yeah.
Where are my spurs?
Yeah.
He's got his cap gun six-shooter.
Where are my spurs? I don't want to look like some cowpoke.
She's always leaving them laying around somewhere. He can't find them. They're supposed to be.
God damn it! I just stepped on my spurs.
Here they are.
They're supposed to be.
Give me my spurs.
Supposed to be in the laundry room.
Look at that.
Yeah.
They're walking over on their own.
I guess so.
I got the new ones from Nike. They're autonomous.
Boy, ladies and gentlemen, what a treat. Filling in for Pierre Aubert. Your midday excursion today will be hosted by the man about town, Bill Weston.
God, talk about setting the bar really low.
When's the last time you've done a music shift?
I did a 6 to 10 Saturday morning show like 5 or 6 months ago.
Okay.
I came in and got off before you guys were up.
By the way, I remember there was one. You get good feedback. People enjoy hearing you on the air, and obviously you know.
We are less than 7 minutes away from You Who Loot, but first we will do this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by Liberty Safes of New Jersey. Hurrying now to Liberty Safes of New Jersey for big fall savings. Visit Liberty Safes of New Jersey in Mount Laurel and Bordentown, and you can find them on Facebook, or you can go to libertysafesnj.com. A woman has stumbled across what many believe to be a whale's penis that had washed ashore.
A dork.
Yeah, a dork. Actually, that's the technical name for a whale penis.
I'm going to be busy tonight.
The large grayish object was found by a woman who had been walking along the beach at Magnetic Island in northern Queensland, Australia.
Oh, lucky day.
It appeared to have been detached from an animal with its fleshy inside seen at the top.
Wow.
Confused as to what the mysterious object may be, she decided to share the video on TikTok and hope someone could identify it. She said, "What the F is that? It's massive. It's the size of my leg."
It's a whale dong.
A fellow TikTokers speculated it was a whale's penis, noting humpback whales are currently breeding in the area. The video even caught the attention of wildlife researcher Dr. Vanessa Pierotta, who said scientists would be unable to confirm exactly what the object is without seeing it for themselves. However, Dr. Pierotta did shut down theories the possible penis was bitten off. She said, if this is a male humpback whale penis,
No teeth.
It's very unlikely that it was bitten off by another humpback whale. She said those whales don't have any teeth. Rather, they have long hair-like strands known as baleen. And to bite another male's penis off is something that I've never heard of. She did pose the theory of maybe a killer whale had attacked the other marine animal, but noted there wasn't any markings on the object left behind.
So we're looking at it, I mean, not just the enormity of it, but the business end looks kind of cut fairly clean.
You mean
the
base of it,
right?
Yeah, it does. By the way, did you guys see the video? I don't have the full story here, but it was off the Jersey Shore. But a father and son were out fishing, and a humpback whale breached right by and hit their boat.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You've heard of it. Sometimes they'll take out a boat.
Yes, or kayakers.
But he had a video. He was rolling when it happened, and they were fishing, and it's pretty wild to see that huge thing. First of all, you see this school of small, bait fish come flying up out of the water, and then it comes and then boom. It's pretty intense. If you get a chance, do a quick search on that and check that out. There is significant radioactive contamination in an elementary school in suburban St. Louis where nuclear weapons were produced during World War II.
Oh, man.
According to a new report by environmental investigation consultants. I actually saw a documentary on this a few years ago.
On this school?
Not on this school, but in this area where they used to make nuclear weapons. And I was curious.
I don't feel so good.
I was curious about it because, I grew up there.
Sure.
But the report by Boston Chemical Data Corp confirmed fears about contamination.
I don't feel so good. Can I go to the nurse?
Contamination at Jenna.
I don't think so. Just go back and sit in your seat.
But I don't feel so good.
Sit down and study.
But I really don't feel well.
I've heard it before.
Is this a student and a teacher talking?
No, it's happened so gradually they don't realize.
I'll take your suction cups and go back to your desk.
I don't feel so good.
I don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it.
Oh, my God. She's had enough. That is horrible.
Take your suction cups and
go back to your desk.
Yes, this is terrible. So, the report by Boston Chemical Data Corporation confirmed fears about contamination at Jana Elementary School raised by previous Army Corps of Engineers study. The new report is based on samples taken in August from the school. The school sits in the floodplain of Coldwater Creek, which was contaminated by nuclear waste from weapons produced during World War II. The waste was dumped at sites near the Lambert International Airport next to the creek that flows into the Missouri River. The Corps has been cleaning up the creek for more than 20 years. They reportedly also found contamination in the area, but at much lower levels, and it didn't take any samples within 300 feet of the school. The most recent report included samples taken from Jana's library, kitchen, classrooms, fields, and playgrounds. Levels of the radioactive isotope lead-210, polonium, radium, and other toxins were far in excess of what Boston Chemical had expected.
Okay, pop quiz.
Oh no, I didn't study.
Dust samples taken inside the school were found to be contaminated.
Yeah, there was a documentary I saw on Pripyat, the city right next to Chernobyl.
Yeah.
And then they went out. They kept going out from using Chernobyl as the center of this journey that they were on. And as they went out further and further, obviously you're still in that irradiated zone.
Yeah.
But as you started to get out where there were like an occasional tourist site or whatever, even they have to be aware of the radiation and radiation badges and all that stuff. That scares the hell out of me.
They said in the study, inhaling or ingesting these radioactive materials can cause significant injury. So it's pretty wild. All right. There was the story was preceded by a description of something called the Streisand effect. You ever heard of the Streisand effect?
You belt out into show tunes.
No, it's where you.
Papa, you hear me?
It's where you try to cut off a story.
Oh yeah.
From being publicized.
Yes.
And your attempt at cutting it off makes it worse. Makes it even more publicized.
And it does pertain, in fact, to a Barbra Streisand suppression, right?
Yeah, there were some pictures that were taken of her property that weren't intended to show her property. It was intended to show the erosion on the beach nearby. And she sued to get those pictures stopped, and nobody had seen them.
Right.
And once the lawsuit came forward, everybody saw the
them.
pictures.
Yeah.
So anyhow, they use this story as an example. Judge Jamie Jamison of the 42nd Judicial Court in Kentucky. He is currently suspended from his duties over a series of misconduct allegations, which has been covered dutifully by WKMS Radio. Jamison allegedly had what some might call a very loose relationship with ethics of the law, and he is accused of trying to pressure WKMS not to run a story about how he sometimes fails to wear pants around the courthouse.
That's not good.
What? So,
are we pantsless under his robes?
I don't know. A WKMS reporter had filed a records request for video footage he believed would show Jamison roaming the Marshall County Judicial Building partially dressed. When Jamison learned of the records request, he called Chad Lampy, who was the station manager at the time, and according to the commission's charging documents, Jamison pressured Lampy not to pursue the story, saying that he had contacted higher-ups at Murray State University, which holds the license for WKMS. So he had kind of threatened, if you run this story, I'm gonna come down on you. This would be wildly unethical on its face. Obviously, here's where things get really stupid. The records request had already been denied by the administrative office. Lampy had already decided not to appeal that decision and decided not to run the story by the time Jamison had phoned him up to play strongman.
So by doing this, he reactivated everything.
He was pressuring a news organization over something that was already not going to happen anyway, with the news organization determining that this was something not newsworthy, unlike, say, a judge pressuring a news organization to bury a story, which is newsworthy. And now the Judicial Conduct Commission caught wind of it, and there are more allegations against Jamison. So it's all over the news. And
Just
now
leave it alone.
The story about Jamison strolling around the courthouse sans pants is getting broad coverage. Previous to the attempt to bury the story, the whole thing looked like it was going to never see the light
I
of
find
day.
my decisions are a lot more fair when my nutsack isn't pasted to my thigh.
And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, it is 10:02.
Here it is, MMR's Yoo-hoo Loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, the word is sound. All right, that's what you need to enter. Sound. S-O-U-N-D. We'll give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways to do that. You can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. So once again, the word is sound, S-O-U-N-D. Your next chance coming up at noon, so take advantage of this right now. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. We get the trash, lesson question, music, news, that stuff is coming up next. Oh, and an announcement about an event that's coming to Philadelphia.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Tight and bright.
Tight and bright.
How long were you a jock?
Oh, gosh. Maybe 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it most of that in Buffalo?
Most of that was Love Lines, Nick.
I did top 40 in Erie, the worst 2 years of my life. I did a couple years on a rock station in Buffalo, best years of my life. And then started getting into programming because I realized I was an okay jock, but I was probably a better programmer.
Okay. Yeah, you're a great programmer. I have a question about, we have this thing, it's called the Zeta system, which is the software system that has all the music and commercials and all this stuff. You know how to run it pretty well?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. There's the amount of dead air that Pierre manages to eke out of that system?
Because truth be told, I couldn't run this. There's no way. I could. Casey does all the. I just hit the buttons to put everything in motion. If I had to do this on my own, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, yeah, Pancake will
I don't do it enough. But Pancake, you got a great producer.
Yeah, and you know what?
Following you up there.
Chuck schedules a lot of stuff, and Todd in promotions. And if you don't change it, if you kind of run it the way it's supposed to run, you don't have to do a whole lot. Just stop it and start it, right? So
now, are you going to do your usual War of the Roses and Hot Girl Check-In?
Hot Girl Check-In.
I'm going to be celebrating National French Bread Day. What is it, like Baguette Day today?
We've got these 19-foot loaves of French bread out in the green room, plus chocolate chip cookies the size of manhole covers.
You know what? It's also National Ravioli Day, so you can celebrate
so we're going to be a big block of songs about ravioli, right, at 12 noon. And Bill,
Hi, we're Warren, and we love ravioli.
a 10-minute version of Bill's Bulletin.
Oh,
Instead of Pierre's Planner?
Bill's Bulletin.
No, we're not going. We're not doing that.
Bill's Bulletin. I like that.
Oh, boy.
We're going to play a lot of music.
And then the farm report.
There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Weston with the Bill's Bulletin.
Good evening, Mr. America. Mr.
And all the ships at sea.
Ships at sea.
This one goes out to Lottie in Kansas, who's having her hip replacement surgery today. Lottie, we're pulling for ya.
Do you want me to run sound effects for you?
No, it's good. I will, in honor of Chester Bennington's birthday today, we'll get some Linkin Park on. We're going to do some blocks for The Clash, one of my favorite bands ever. Since we missed out on World Clash Day a couple weeks ago, we're going to make up for it today in a big block of Clash.
Did you ever see The Clash perform live?
I did not.
That is one of my greatest concert experiences.
I did see them. Oh, God. I just realized I did see The Clash.
Really? You just blocked it out of your favorite band, or you blocked it out of your mind?
It was at a stadium. They were at a part of a stadium tour with The Who.
That's when I saw it.
It was David Johansen, and then The Clash, and then The Who.
Yeah.
So
that was very Rocky V. It was like,
All right, so this is a little bit offbeat, but the Tower of London, we visited that when we went to England a couple of years ago. The Tower of London's Queen Raven is missing and feared dead, according to the staff at the fortress. So apparently they keep this flock of ravens there. And I remember being there and they're huge. They're these big black birds. I remember seeing them.
Yeah.
I just thought they were... That's why they just kind of, flew in and hung out. But apparently they have a...
They cultivate them.
Yeah, they I was going to say they grow them there.
They grow them there.
But they...
Do you have any of those crow seeds?
The tower usually has 6 ravens at any time, and according to legend, if they ever leave, then both the fortress and the kingdom will fall.
Yes!
There are currently 7
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah!
There are 7 in residence. A spokesman said Marlena's continued absence indicates to us that she may have sadly passed away. So that's Marlena. She is the queen.
It is a matter of great distress for us, as Marlena has gone missing. As you know, the legend, the kingdom will fall if we do not have 7 crows, princess, all time. So it is now that I must inform you that Matt's birds. Thank you.
So disgusting.
We need a different spokesperson.
Who hired him?
Yeah, time to retire, bro.
It's always some guy with big mutton chops.
Can we get a young guy?
I'm 27. Taking care of these birds will age you.
He added, Marlena was our undisputed ruler of the roost, queen of the Tower Ravens. She will be greatly missed by her fellow ravens, the Raven Master, and all of us here in the Tower community.
But if you know Marlena, you know that's so Raven.
I believe the people that work at the tower, I think they volunteer. I think they, I want to say I remember reading that. It was great. I really enjoyed going
I'm a complete
there.
Anglophile when it comes to this stuff. The royal family, the tower, even watching The Crown is so much fun. Listen, some people don't get it. I love it.
It's a dated concept, but it's pretty cool.
There's nothing wrong with that. And embracing that and keeping that going.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're touristy spots in London that you'd think maybe are a little cheesy or whatever. This was not. I really enjoyed that tour, and I'd go back. And the Crown Jewels are there. It was really cool.
By the way, if you do want to see the Crown Jewels, my only one-time visit there, my recommendation we got as soon as it opened, and it was the first place we went, and there was nobody there. And apparently the line...
You're putting on the crown.
We looked at out in front of where the Crown Jewels are. Is one of those back and forth switchback wait line things, and you could just by walking through that, we're like, okay, this could take forever on a busy day, but we got right in. It was very impressive, so I thought that was pretty cool. The Raven Master Christopher Scaife said that he would be taking some time to mourn Merlina. Tower staff added that they had no immediate plans to replace her. And Charles is believed to have been the first monarch to officially decree that the birds must be kept at the tower at all times. So one of them's gone. And apparently, when numbers fell to just a single Raven Guard, Winston Churchill had ordered that the flock, which is known as an unkindness, that's a flock of ravens.
An unkindness.
Yes, was increased to at least 6.
We want to increase the flock.
Yes, in 2018, the tower launched...
Get the flock out of here.
A raven breeding program.
Quoting Lethal Weapon 2.
After his story.
Of course.
Yes. What did the shepherd say to the other shepherd?
Winston Churchill was a visionary.
Was it? That was in the first one, Winston. I'm sorry. I will have to throw that at you. But anyhow, it was becoming increasingly difficult to source the birds. So, all right. And that's all I have time for, I guess, in my thing that I just did. What was it? The junk drawer.
Whatever that was. And that wraps up tonight's thing that I just said. I'm Tom Brokaw.
It's called the news.
We were talking about checking our mental health earlier.
Yes.
If you've been feeling stressed out, you may want to scream, and you should, as it could help you feel better.
So we had the discussion about primal scream therapy and the song Shout by Tears for Fears. And the jury's still out as to whether or not that was actually a song about primal scream therapy, but it used to be all the rage for a while.
Yes. Avi Klein, a psychotherapist, says, I think every emotion...
You should do it!
we feel... A little reverb on that, please, when if you're going to...
You should do it! It's so therapeutic!
He says, I think every emotion that we feel has a kind of correlating action that goes along with it. It feels really good or even healthy to discharge that emotion. John Norcross is a professor of psychology at the University of Scranton and says that no matter how you vent your feelings out,
I have a strange discharge.
It's a good way to relieve tension. Can you hit that? Weird story with Weezer and this billboard. I'm going to reveal it in Music News, which is going to be along in just a moment. We also have an announcement to make concerning a show coming to town. But you do have a little bit of time left. I want to get to this first for you, Hulu. We've got about 3 minutes left or so. For you to enter the word sound, S-O-U-N-D. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to do that. So sound, S-O-U-N-D. That is our word for you who loot. So come and get it. It's brought to you by Horizon Services. We have something else to give away, though. The cash coming up in a little bit. Right now, we're going to give away tickets for the Philly Burger Brawl at Xfinity Live. The date has been postponed because the Phillies playoff game scheduled for this Sunday.
Yeah.
Date to be determined is not being announced as of yet. They're kicking around a couple of dates, and we'll get the official information for you soon. But that word came down yesterday.
Yeah, they had no option.
I feel bad for them.
I know. And I talked to Rob, who runs the whole thing. He's like, can you believe it?
So much goes into it.
A lot of people, a lot of moving parts, but they'll get it together. All right, so we'll give away tickets for that. The question I have for you this morning is, Steve no longer produces semen, but he does produce what? 215-263 WMMR. See if you were listening. It was
We
around
shared a lot today.
a little bit before 9 o'clock. We did, didn't we?
Yeah.
Steve no longer produces semen, but he does produce what? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you this morning by Jersey Mike's. Planning your game day football feast? Well, Jersey Mike's has got you covered with everything you need for a great party or tailgate. Order ahead on the Jersey Mike's app and skip the line. Jersey Mike's is sub above. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, during a Today Show interview, Victoria Beckham explained why David Beckham stood in line for 14 hours to pay respects to the late Queen Elizabeth. Victoria explained that while her husband deeply respected the Queen, he actually thought he was in line for the new iPhone.
Oh,
hey!
Pics of Chris Evans going viral after he was spotted doing his own stunts on the set of the new movie Red One, filming in Georgia. In Red One, Evans reportedly plays a veterinarian who treats chronically aroused dogs.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Lisa Rinna, reacting to getting booed during the Real Housewives panel at BravoCon 2020 in New York City. The 59-year-old Rinna says it doesn't affect her at all because she's always able to quickly duck behind her lips. That's your Hollywood trip.
Why did they boo her?
She's also had some applause, mostly boos though, because she's sort of a bad character.
On Real Housewives?
They all played characters. Whether they say reality show, yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to look, see if we can get an answer to this. Steve no longer produces semen, but he does produce what? And I am going to go to Kevin to see if he knows. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, so Steve no longer produces semen, but he does produce what?
Musicals.
Musicals, yes. On Broadway. Hang on, Kevin. Tickets to the Burger Brawl, Philly Burger Brawl at Xfinity Live now. The event has been postponed. It was going to be this weekend, but there's a playoff game scheduled, and it's going to be a little crazy at the sports complex. We're going to announce a new date soon, and you'll enjoy limited samples of burgers from over 60 of the area's leading restaurants and chefs, plus live music and activities all day. Tickets are on sale now. Proceeds benefit both the Philly Parks and Rec At-Risk Teen Initiative and the School District of Philadelphia's after-school programming, WMMR.com, for more info. I have decided that I'm going to do our announcement right now before we get to music news. So,
great news.
This show will be coming to Freedom Mortgage Pavilion indoors. Okay, so they can do this indoors at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And the reason they're doing it indoors is because it's going to be in a cold time of the year, Friday, February 3rd. But the Preston and Steve Show is happy to present the Impractical Jokers.
Yeah! Oh, that's awesome.
It is called their Drive Tour. That's the name of it. All right, and it'll be Friday, February 3rd at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are going to go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. You can go to WMMR.com for a chance to win your tickets for VIPs or complete details. And we can give away some passes right now. I have a pair of passes for you to go. We'll take caller number 18 at 215-263-WMMR, and you will be qualified for the grand prize, a pair of meet and greet passes and the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to introduce Q, Murr, and Sal to the crowd at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion.
That's excellent.
You would get to do that if you win the grand prize. All right, so caller number 18, we will give you those tickets right now, 215-263-WMMR.
And we will have Q on the show tomorrow.
Awesome. We'll talk to him about that. Super nice guys and very fun shows. I've been to several of them. All right, it is now time for music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh, shut up, woman.
It is brought to you this morning by SEPTA. Day or night, SEPTA is the Philly way to go in and out of and all around the city. Plan your trip at iseptaphilly.com. Incubus have sold the rights to their publishing catalog to Harbor View Equity Partners. It's kind of, I didn't expect them. Normally it's a little bit later in the career.
Yeah, they're still putting out viable stuff.
The group's 100-song-plus category has generated 12.4 million album consumption units in the U.S. since the formation, and over 23 million records sold worldwide. In addition to the band's catalog, guitarist Mike Einzinger also sold his rights to his solo works and contributions.
When you're a young kid and you got your garage band going, you're probably thinking, man, how many marketable units can I generate?
Exact terms for the deal were not disclosed. Greta Van Fleet's John Kiska has revealed that he has ruptured his eardrum.
Oh, man.
Yep, and as a result, the band has postponed 3 upcoming concerts this week. Yesterday, Josh released a statement saying to our fans in Raleigh, Greenville, and Jacksonville, it's with a heavy heart that we must reschedule our shows this upcoming week. He said during our last show in Bangor, I ruptured an eardrum.
What?
And upon further evaluation, I've just been advised that it needs more time to fully heal than initially anticipated. I'm working closely with my team to ensure they get proper rest in order to finish out the year strong. He said, I'm gutted that we have to do this. I can't begin to express how much I appreciate the love and support that you give us every night. It's devastating for me to make this announcement, but know it's imperative in order to keep performing.
What?
Let's see. Oh, here, I had mentioned this earlier. 4 months ago, Utah, a man from Utah named Corey Wynn took out a billboard that just says Weezer. Right? It's on a white billboard with black lettering, and it just says huge across the billboard, just says Weezer.
Okay.
The stunt went viral on TikTok. The billboard, a mile up the road, has now been purchased by the band itself, and Weezer's billboard reads, thanks to whoever bought the billboard down the road. Weezer.
That's great.
That's really funny.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
He said, apparently Wynn said, never in my wildest dreams did I think that just putting Weezer on a billboard would warrant a response from the band themselves.
I would assume it's fairly cheap, especially out there, right?
I don't know. I have no idea how much that would cost, but they responded, and he's pretty happy about it. There's a video of him dancing in front of the Weezer billboard.
How much does a billboard cost?
So I assume it depends on location.
On location, right?
Right. So, and there's a difference between the electronic billboards and the ones that are actually plastered up there. I don't know.
You looking for like a ballpark number? I have no idea. Chuck could probably tell you.
Listen, have you ever seen those billboards that says, if you're reading this, you know that it works or whatever?
Right,
I'm like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, true. Yep. All right, and then finally, Journey and Toto are taking the show out on the road once again and have rolled out their 38-city 2023 North American tour dates, and they'll be coming to our general area. The tour is named after Journey's latest album, Freedom, which was released last July.
Who's still in Toto at this point?
Neil Sean and Jonathan Cain.
All right.
They're the two.
So the Picaros are...
Well, are you talking about Toto?
Toto.
Oh, who's in Toto? Definitely Steve Lukather, one of the Picaros, and I'm not sure who else, Steve. The lead singer of the band, I think, is still with them, and I've forgotten his name. I never remember his name.
And Journey is just Neil Sean
and Jonathan Cain.
All right.
If you combine the names, would you go Jerto or would you go
Journey?
Turney, or would you go
Turney's too much like a short for tournament.
Yeah.
So I'd probably go Joto. Joto's good.
Joto is good.
Yeah.
Did you say Jerto?
I said Jerto.
Joto.
What the hell was I thinking?
Come on, man. Get serious.
You could do Tony. No, that's too much like Tony.
What about Jojo?
Or Joto?
Tojo.
Tojo was a derogative Japanese.
Joto.
They would call the Japanese, I believe, in World War II, referred to as Tojo.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Was it Tojern?
Tojourney. What are we doing here?
I don't know.
I'm going on.
Come on, Kath.
So the dates.
Not when there's still washer-dryer combos out there.
They're
everyone is sending me pictures of them eating banana, peanut butter, and whipped cream.
Oh, really?
I have gotten a dozen so far.
Menzie treats.
So apparently I'm not the only one.
Okay.
Menzie treats.
Mm-hmm. So, by the way, this Journey and Toto tour is kicking off in Allentown. They're doing their very first show there. It'll be February 4th at the PPL Center, and they're also going to be in Atlantic City at the Boardwalk Hall March 17th. Neil Sean said, we're thankful and overwhelmed by the success of our Journey Freedom Tour 2022 this year. I've added new run of dates in 2023. I'm looking forward to hitting the road again with our very good friends Toto. Come and join us for a special evening of fun, rockin' good memories. See you soon. And... yeah, that's it. That's all I have. That's it.
Wow.
And music news for you this morning. Marissa wanted me to point out a couple of things that we have on PrestonandSteve.com. We have information about the Avogeddon event.
Yes.
Where they're handing out millions of free avocados tomorrow in FDR Park. That's legit. It's through Sharing Excess. There was this overload of avocados, and they're going to go to waste. And they're just giving them away.
And you know how pricey they are.
Yes, and you go to FDR Park tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. That's how many avocados they have, and they'll just give them to you.
Yeah.
So go get your free avocados.
From what, was it Eric that we were talking to? Was that his name?
Yes. Evan.
Evan. So Evan said that they're going to kind of try to have a drive-through sort of system set up so you can pick it up easy, and they are looking for volunteers as well.
Yep. And also we have the announcement of Preston's Picks, my collab with Fishdown Pickle Project, Fishdown Pickles. And you can see the photos of me labeling the jars.
Yes.
And making the pickles. So that's all there at PrestonandSteve.com. Videos coming soon. Marissa Preston put this together. It's a really cool video, and I'm going to put it on my social media account. So, on my Instagram account.
Yeah.
On the gram.
Yeah.
If you will.
On my MySpace.
Yeah. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back, and we're going to wrap up the program. Letter of the day for the word of the week. When we apprise. Stay with us. When we apprise.
Yes.
I don't even know what. Wait. I don't even know what word that was
Hang on.
supposed to be.
Return? When we
get back.
A prize!
Surprise!
Surprise, everybody!
It's your Earth Day, and I brought you a resin.
When we
I didn't even know what I was trying to say.
I think you were trying to say we have a prize to give away, and then we're coming back.
Well, thank you for that. I don't think
trying to
that's
help,
it.
man.
I know. I appreciate that. We'll be back in a minute. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Streaming home issues.
We can't play the whole one. Can we? I don't know if times have changed.
And you'll still have to face whatever it is that's bothering you and work through it even after taking the edge off.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
Jesus.
I have a strange discharge.
I'm just clipping the.
Well, yeah, the rest of it tells where the discharge
It's
came
coming from, yeah.
And that's when Bill gets a little nervous.
It's actually worse this way.
Is it?
I think, but by his reckoning, it would probably be better.
Well, maybe he got let out of the army and it was strange, and he got a strange discharge, and he
Dad,
wasn't.
can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
I'm sorry, I was trying to read a book here, but yeah, please tell me about your drippy weenie.
Yes.
Can I finish my steak first?
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
Wait, I nailed it so much better. I'll have to edit that down.
I want to hear discharge.
All right.
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute? I have a strange discharge.
There we go. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
And then.
Mother, I have a strange discharge.
What would a normal one be? What would a non-strange discharge be? You know?
Yeah. I have froyo coming out my ass. That's pretty strange, but probably more acceptable.
Casey, there was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care what song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it on. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. And does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one. All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same time?
All do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears. Both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well,
you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
You just
bro.
stick a phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story. On my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, exactly, to listen to something through it, it was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit my mouth.
Presley Gerber, the son of supermodel Cindy Crawford, took to Instagram Live in order to clear up his reasons for getting a tattoo on his cheek.
All right, hey guys. I want to let you know I wrote it a word on my face.
Which he has received backlash for. And I've not seen it. I've just read this story. That's it. And the only thing I have is a quote from him that says, "If I thought it was going to ruin my face, I wouldn't have done it."
Really?
Well, that's how stupid he is. He what is the word that he? It's one word, and it's
what, the word on his face?
Yeah,
misunderstood.
Misunderstood, right? So it's under his eye, high up on his cheek. It's a thin line, but it's still stupid. He's a male model, as is his sister Kaya Gerber. And I don't know why you would do that.
Male, you're a model.
Yeah.
And you've just
ruined your career.
Ruined exactly your product. Oh my God.
Now he has tattoos.
He's got a lot of tattoos.
He has no tattoos on his face.
He's got some on his neck.
Yeah.
All over his hands.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Did you see Amber Rose? Amber Rose has a tattoo along the top part of her, highest part of her forehead.
Her hairline?
Yeah. So her head's always shaved, and it's sort of calligraphy. It looks lovely. But what are you going to do with that? I couldn't even read what it said, but it's big.
Okay.
I'm sort of coming around on face tattoos.
You gonna get one?
Though. I wouldn't want any of my children to. Listen, if you're, I met these guys at the tattoo convention, right?
They were the coolest guys. They were smoking cigarettes.
They were smoking cigarettes,
and they were wearing leather.
I was like, wow, man, can you blow smoke rings? One guy, and they listen to the show. Their guy's name is Dave.
Yeah.
He's got a he's got a D that's kind of like tattooed into his beard line.
For Dave?
For Dave. And
I could see why you're coming around.
Listen, he and his buddy, they both lay concrete. They're both just big.
They both
they are like concrete. It's not that they actually like concrete.
Oh, I said lay.
They both
They're fans of concrete, sacrete,
I thought he
and
did.
various gravel.
What did he say?
Lay concrete.
I thought you said like.
I did
thought
too.
they both
I was
like
wondering.
concrete.
I'm a huge fan of cement.
Big fans of concrete.
They're big fans
Just
of
love it. No, yeah, no.
metamorphic and sedimentary and So okay, so
What does that have to do with it anyway?
Because listen, they lay concrete for a living. What the hell does it matter if they, they face tattoos or whatever? They're not your lawyer, They're not a judge on the bench or where, somebody that you would not want to have face tattoos.
If someone wants to do it, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
In this case, we're questioning a male model whose livelihood depends on his looks getting a word tattooed on his face that will always have to be attended to whenever he does something.
Sure, but he already has tattoos on his neck as well. I mean, so clearly it's not that big of a deal.
Here's an argument for you for why it's a bad idea, okay? So in human interaction, and when you start to meet someone for the first time, whatever the scenario may be, you engage in eye contact and facial reading of emotions and things like that.
Yeah.
If you have stuff written or placed on your face, it's a distraction from that. And
Okay.
I think it's a lack of being able to communicate effectively.
But what about like a giant mole on somebody's face? You going to tell them to get that removed because it's distracting?
If possible, yes.
Yes.
Very distracting when we talk to you.
Yes.
Can you get that removed?
I have a Facebook page.
And take your friend with the face tattoo.
You don't like
There's
concrete,
a great
Kathy.
line from Uncle Buck where he goes, why don't you go down to the sump dump and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face? A woman's got a big mole on her face.
Mole.
Mole. So Here we are, Valentine's Day. You can feel the love in the air. Hopefully you have someone in your life today. If not, that's okay too.
Yes.
But we love you. Remember that.
Yes.
Just not in that way.
No, but we can for the right amount of money.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? We had a nice discussion last week about first kisses and how well we remember them and how important they are in your life.
I'll be curious to see how that does.
That is a cool tune. It is 10:33, the Preston and Steve Show, coming to the end of our broadcast day. And what a day it has been.
What a day!
Man, we talked about a lot. We talked about avocados and pickles and washers and dryers.
Oh, by the way, avocados and pickles in the same break.
Yep.
Yeah.
And menstrual cycles and
wash cycles.
All that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm missing something. What's
Shooting
that?
blanks.
Shooting blanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of
Lawnmowers
happened today. Yeah.
Snowblowers.
Snowblowers, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Happy to
was
bring
thinking
those
if
in.
you do need a snowblower, though, there's a guy who knows a lot about them.
Yep, there is.
Yep.
There is.
Is our official consultant for the Preston and Steve Show.
By the way, we had a couple of quick guests on this morning, and one who I thought was going to be a joke. It turned out to be legit. His name is Evan Ellers, and he is with a group called Sharing Excess, and their whole mission is to make sure that food doesn't go to waste.
It's a great mission.
Yep. So they get a hold of people in the world of produce, and they get this food out before it has to be thrown out and get it to people who can use it and eat it, and it's great. And tomorrow and Thursday and Friday, they're giving away like millions of avocados.
Yes. Yeah.
Because they're going to go bad, and they're handing them out, and they're doing it at FDR Park.
And he does stuff like this all the time with his group.
Yep. So we thought that was really cool. So if you're an avocado lover, and I love avocados, you can stop by FDR Park and get all the free avocados you can handle.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
What time does this happen?
He said they're going to get there early, but it'll probably get started around noon, didn't he say?
I think noon to 6.
They're going to try kind of a drive-through thing, so you can come and pick it. So if you, and especially if you work at a restaurant or in the services industry somehow or another, and you need, a fair amount of it, they'll partner with you and they'll give you a whole lot of it. But if you're just a family who's, going to make some guacamole a couple times this week and come by and get some of that too. Isn't that awesome?
Who knew there was an avocado abundance?
Well, the last word we had was that there was a shortage.
Right.
And now here we are.
Yep. So I thought that was pretty cool. So we spoke to Steve. And if you want to volunteer, you can go to sharingexcess.com and volunteer services. And thank you to Nikki from the Fishtown Pickle Project. Brought in the world's greatest pickles. Preston's pick.
I don't know. I'm not sure I can argue that.
Telling you.
Damn good pickles.
Do you like pickles, Pierre?
Yes, I do.
Oh, my God. You've got to try my pickles.
I would like.
They're phenomenal.
You've never been that personal with
I
me
know.
before.
Listen, we've worked together for a long time now.
All right. It's time
Take
to
it to
share
another
pickles.
So the proceeds are going to, a portion of the proceeds are going to the Camp Out for Hunger. And this is I collaborated with them on this. I wanted to include peppers in there, so it's got a little bit of spice to it.
Okay.
And they're really, really yummy.
I think you'll like it. Absolutely.
Yep.
So Fishtown Pickle Project, thank you guys. And apparently they're sold out. But they're going to make more. And they'll keep making them until Camp Out.
And it benefits Camp Out.
Yep, exactly. All right, we need to do the letter of the day. You ready for that, man?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
E as in electric.
All right, and we are going to give away on Friday a Piezeek round barbecue and fire pit kit from Landis Block. At Landis Block, you can start imagining your own backyard paradise by looking at the photo gallery online at landisbc.com. And before we find out what you've got going on, today is Tuesday, so I want to give this away, Case.
Yes, you ready?
We have a Tad Tuesday prize, and we would like to congratulate Mr. John Painter from Philadelphia. John was our randomly chosen texter, and he's going to get a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And it's brought to you, obviously, Tattoos Day is by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. You can find them at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. They do great work. What's happening on the program?
Yoo-hoo loot opportunities coming at 12 noon and again at 3 o'clock this afternoon. And Double Shot Tuesday throughout the day. And also the music in workforce blocks of Queen, Dave Matthews Band, and Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden.
Yes.
Love it.
Someone we know says IRON entirely incorrectly, murdering the Queens and the King's English. But God bless them. We love them.
Saw Jackie this morning. It's crazy to see him.
Why would you see him?
Kathy,
it's routine.
He stays here.
Yes, he does.
He stays here until, I get here at 4:40 a.m. and he is still here, hanging out, doing a show prep and everything. So I saw him, and he told me to have a great day.
I need to give him a shot.
Well, he's still on that schedule. Like, he stayed up overnight for so long that he still lives that schedule. So for him to do his work at that hour and then, I guess, go home and go to sleep.
He produced, and also a lot of times he's working on pre-producing his Friday show.
Someday I'm going to have a long talk with that boy.
That's right. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And by Primo Hoagies. Wherever you're watching the game, score big and serve in style with Primo Hoagies. It's not just a hoagie, it's a Primo. Listen to tomorrow's lineup. Okay, so we're going live on Fox Good Day. We will have a Q from Impractical Jokers on.
Nice.
We will have Draco Malfoy himself, Tom Felton, on the show tomorrow. Yep. And we're also going to have Phil Rosenthal from the show Feed Phil.
Excellent.
So we got a lot going on. We went from menstrual cups and...
Well, all these guests heard that segment and said, I've got to get on that show.
And they're on tomorrow. So that'll be tomorrow. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.